Great. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the San Ramon Valley Unified School District Board of Education meeting. We want to let the public know that we are video recording this evening's board meeting. The recording is live streamed on the district's YouTube channel, and a link to the recording has been posted to the district's website. I'd like to introduce my board members, Vice President Ken Mintz, Clerk Rachel Hurd. Hello. Board members Laura Bratt and board member Shelley Clark.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, and I am your president, Susanna Ordway. I know that we're going to try really hard because I know that with wearing masks and in person, it's sometimes challenging for our viewers. I understand if you hear us, so I'm going to advise myself as well as my fellow board members to use our outdoor voice. Contrary to what I usually tell my students when I was in elementary school, we're going to use our outdoor voice and very close to our microphones tonight. So hopefully the audio will be better for our viewers. Okay, so right now, please join me in Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, and I'm gonna report in closed session. Just want to report out in closed session. In closed session this evening, the board voted in agreement 5-0 with the district's recommendation to settlement. The settlement is in response to Office of Administration hearing case number 202012062 for a total of $44,000. Okay, 7.0 acceptance of minutes. Okay, Cindy, would you please help us call out vote? Board members, may I have a motion to accept the minutes of February 8th, 2021?
I make a motion to accept the minutes as submitted.
I'll second.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Great. May I now have a motion to accept the minutes of February 9th, 2021?
I'll move to approve the minutes from February 9th.
Second.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Okay, now may I have a motion to accept the open session agenda?
So moved.
Second. Aye.
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 Aye. To approval of consent agenda. Consent items are considered routine in nature and are approved by combining them into a single vote. A member of the board or a member of the public may request that a consent item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and voted on separately. If a trustee or a member of the public requests that an item be removed from consent, it will be added to action beginning at 10.7. Is there any request to have a consent item be pulled?
I believe we do have a call-in user with a hand raised. So call-in user number 4. We're going to allow you to unmute your mic. You may turn on your camera if you wish, and comment if you wish to have a item removed from the consent.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
First of all, I want to let you know that the public couldn't hear your Pledge of Allegiance, but then I am raising my hand to ask the board to please pull out the consent agenda, item number 12.5, 12.6, 12.7, 12.8, and 12.9.
Okay, so it's 12 starting with 12.5
5 through 9.
through 9. Okay, so that will be going, those items, 5 items going to after 10, or starting with 10.7.
Thank you.
Okay. Would that change? And I have a motion to approve our consent agenda.
So moved.
Sorry.
Sorry, another hand just went up, went down and went back up. Mike Arata, we are going to allow you to speak on the consent item.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Please pull 12.9 adoption of textbooks if it's the Jason Reynolds book that's going to be included there. It's
Yeah, I think it's,
Anti-Racism and You is the title of that text.
Right, I think it was just pulled, so we have,
Yeah, I didn't hear 12.9, I heard 12.8.
The previous caller pulled 12.5 through 12.9, so 12.9 is already pulled from.
Okay, thank you, and sorry then.
So can I make a motion then to approve consent items 12.1, 2, 3, 4, 10, and 11?
I'll second.
Aye.
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 aye. Okay, great. Okay, now we have 9.1 or 9.0 reports to the board, and 9.1 have the Women's History Month. And I believe our STEM coordinator, Jenny Hanau, is going to help us with this.
Hi, yes, thank you. I'm excited to present to you today. I think I have to share my screen with you, so let me go ahead and do that. Okay, so Women's History Month is the month of March, and this year's theme is Valiant Women of the Vote, Refusing to be Silenced. It's actually a repeat of last year's 2020 theme because they felt that because of all the COVID closures, they wanted to be able to celebrate 100 years of women's suffrage properly. So repeating the theme for the second year in a row. This event began in 1980. President Jimmy Carter appointed a Women's History Week. And then 7 years later, legislation was passed to create the whole month of March to be Women's History. It coincided, instead of coinciding with August when women's suffrage occurred, they picked March to coincide with International Women's Day. And the purpose of that day, which the month kind of encapsulates, is celebrating women's accomplishments and also raising awareness and working for gender equality. So in light of celebrating women's accomplishments, I want to go ahead and just mention a few of these amazing women that are on the screen right now. In the lower right-hand corner are these young women that they call the Atomic City Girls. They actually wrote a book about these young women, recent high school graduates that were charged with operating the mass spectrometer that created the enriched uranium that was used for the first atomic bomb. Very just amazing story. These young girls didn't even really know what was happening. And then in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see astronaut Mae Jemison. So notorious for being the first Black woman in space, but had so many more accomplishments. She, before she got her degrees in STEM fields, she actually was a trained dancer and considered a career in dance instead of NASA. When she retired from NASA, she's written children's books and started her own technology company. And then in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see Rear Admiral Grace Hopper, who you look at her and you think, wow, well, she must have been a decorated Navy officer. And she was, because she used mathematics to calibrate trajectories of missiles. But in addition to that, she was also the first women computer scientist. So in the 40s, she kind of recognized that people were going to have a way to talk to computers, and so in English, and so she wrote this coding language in the 40s that was used for about 30 years until the 70s. So just some of the women in STEM that have kind of paved the way for San Ramon Valley's young women and girls in STEM. So I wanted to highlight a few of our just amazing teachers and students and some of the work that they have done to raise awareness and celebrate girls and women in STEM. So I'm going to go clockwise. In the upper right-hand corner, Sean Razor, who has started a club called Girls in Tech, and he's been doing that club for about 4 years. And the purpose of that is to increase the numbers of girls that take computer science classes. Below that, you'll see one of our students at the She Leads STEM Career Symposium. So Joanna Condon is one of our STEM teachers who takes every year to this symposium that happened yesterday and today. So she's been doing it in person, and this year she got to do it virtually. Not shown, but mentionable is Chris Sadley, who has his computer science technology students right now are writing an app that is going to house kind of a library of women in STEM, and he'll make that app available to students. And then in the lower left-hand corner, you'll see Alyssa Drion's marine biology class. She's been taking this her students to participate in an ocean health survey that's been happening for several years, where these students are trained by women scientists to go collect data on sand crabs, and they're using this data to determine kind of the health of the ocean during climate change. And in the top left-hand corner, you'll see Azine Davuzadeh, who is one of our technology teachers. This is her club. It's a club that has competed, and they just recently won a Samsung STEM competition. She's very active in raising awareness of women in STEM and has given TED Talks on the subject before. So in addition to the teachers that I've highlighted, I don't want to neglect that we have so many wonderful women and girls in STEM activities happening throughout our district, TK through 12. Some of the things that you'll see if you walk into our classrooms are teachers that have elected to show or read the book Hidden Figures, which is about women mathematicians that helped the United States get to the moon. We have social media posts. We have women's history highlights that are happening in newsletters that are being sent to students and to parents. And then we have many classroom read-alouds with books about influential women. This is a book called The Most Magnificent Thing, and it has a female protagonist who is an engineer. And so that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time, and go celebrate an influential woman in your life. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I don't know how to turn my screen off. How do I do that? Got it.
Right. Thank you so much, Jenny. Is there any public comment on that?
We have one public comment. Call-in user, we will unmute you so you can speak your comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to make a comment that back in President Carter's time, the proper pronoun for describing women are actually sex, not gender. Gender is a modern word that has been changed by recent judges. It wasn't in our law as gender before. It was sex. So the women are biological women. Thank you.
Okay, and 9.2, Arts Education Month. And I think our ELA or ELD coordinator, Deanna Tapia, is gonna help us with this one.
Yes, good evening, Dr. Malloy, President Ordway, and members of the board. My name is Deanna Zapia, and I am the ELD coordinator for the district. March is Arts and Education Month in San Ramon Valley Unified School District. And I am excited to share how arts and education is celebrated not only during the month of March, but all throughout the year. And I'm gonna hold on 1 second and wait for the slide deck to start showing so I don't get ahead of it. I can't see it, so I'm assuming it's not up. Is that correct?
No, we can see it.
You can, okay, perfect. So if you could just go to the next slide, that would be wonderful. So an education without the arts is incomplete. The arts are required subjects in California. The visual and performing arts standards and framework are grounded in the understanding that an artistically literate person is able to transfer arts knowledge, skills, and capacities to other subjects and contexts. Next slide. Art education in our elementary schools is often teacher-led and student-centered. So I guess we're having technical difficulties. I'm not sure. The public can't see it.
We're working on getting your slides up for the public to see. I apologize.
Okay, that's okay. Just let me know when it's good to go. And if I need to start over, I am happy to do so. Are we good to go? There it is. Would you like me to start over, or can I just have you go to the next couple of slides? And then the next one? Perfect. Art education in our schools is often teacher-led and student-centered. Arts instruction in vocal, instrumental music, visual arts, painting, and theater are highlighted by students from Coyote Creek, Monterey, and Alamo Elementary. Even during this virtual instruction, our art teachers have been able to bring students together and celebrate their learning. Next slide. Arts education inspires creativity and a love for learning while encouraging important life skills like sharing, caring, self-expression, confidence, and empathy. This slide shows work done by students at Montevideo Elementary School. Such beautiful work the kids do. Next slide. When we have access to the arts, when you are teaching art, you are enabling something fundamental. You are helping people realize who they are. By Bob and Roberta Smith, 2021. Middle school arts are essential as our children mature and learn about themselves and the world around them. The opportunity to create, explore, discover, and reflect is part of the human experience, and middle school art programs provide this outlet for our children as they navigate through often tumultuous times of their life that we call adolescence. Next slide. Arts education in our middle schools and high schools provides students with experiences in many types of artistic expression. From ceramics to orchestra, students are able to build essential skills such as creativity, problem solving, perseverance, and collaboration. And this slide just highlights some of the wonderful work that's going on in our 6th through 12th grades. Next slide. And here are some additional pictures highlighting how students in middle school and high school celebrate arts and education throughout the year. Our district offers wonderful drama courses, provides experiences in stagecraft and architectural design, and opportunities to participate in the marching band and color guard. The arts provide our students with the time and the space to use their creativity and to shine. Next slide. Creativity is just as important as literacy. Research shows that art reduces stress levels and yields positive results in how we internalize and externalize emotions. Children who participate in the arts are better able to control their emotions and express themselves in more productive ways. Next slide. The arts are an essential element of education, just like reading and writing and math. Music, dancing, painting, and theater are all keys that unlock profound human understanding and accomplishment. I'd like to end by reading 2 quotes from students in our district. The first quote, "Art is the one subject that has changed my life. There are endless possibilities, no right or wrong, and no boundaries. Subjects like math and science taught me how to think, but art taught me how to feel. In a world today where we are so easily overwhelmed with emotions, feeling is one of the greatest gifts that art gave me." And our last quote, "As a student who has dealt with mental illness firsthand, I can tell you art is the one class that teaches students to think for themselves, to be creative, and to be free. Without the art program, I don't know where I would be today, or if I'd even be here at all. I know there are so many other kids out there like me, and there are countless statistics to prove how art improves health as well as cognitive abilities." And these magnificent art portraits from our students just show how much talent we have in our district. Thank you very much for your time and for appreciating and celebrating arts this month.
Thank you, Deanna. Is there any public comments on item 9.2? No? Okay, no. Thank you again. Yeah, arts are near and dear to my heart, and I missed actually the visual pieces, art pieces that usually before the pandemic would decorate actually our boardroom. So hopefully we'll get that going again when it's safe. 9.3, prescription drug abuse awareness month curriculum coordinator Jessica Coulson is going to help us with this one.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Jessica Coulson. I'm the coordinator for social emotional learning and college and career readiness for the district. I'm going to be speaking tonight about California Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month. It is happening during the month of March. Next slide, please. So some sobering statistics. Nationwide, about 2,500 teenagers per day abuse prescription drugs for the first time. About 50% of teenagers think that prescription drugs are safer than illegal street drugs. And teens who abuse prescription drugs are twice as likely to use alcohol and 5 times more likely to use marijuana. Next slide, please. These are some statistics that are from our local community, from the cities and towns of San Ramon, Alamo, and Danville, that show the data over the last several years of people who have died in drug-related deaths. This does not take into account people who have lived in our communities but have died outside of the county, as these statistics are pulled from the Contra Costa County Coroner's Office. Next slide, please. What we're doing in our schools to address this information is that the 9th grade health classes have a unit on prescription and other drug abuse. As one of their culminating projects, they work in groups to research a particular class of drug and do a presentation on it. This is shared with the rest of their class. These are some samples from Doherty Valley High School from the fall semester when this unit was taught. We also partner with Tina Steam and the National Coalition Against Prescription Drug Abuse to have speakers in our classes regarding these topics. Next slide, please. With regard to the National Coalition Against Prescription Drug Abuse, this is the foundation that provided much of the information that you have seen in tonight's presentation. And I want to give a special thank you to April Rivero, who is the woman who founded this presentation. Many in our community know who she is, as her son, Joey, was a 2012 graduate of California High School. He unfortunately died after taking prescription drugs that were prescribed to him erroneously. And as a special side note, today would have been his 33rd birthday. So due to his unfortunate passing, April has poured her heart and her soul and all of her energy into creating a foundation to raise awareness and to provide education, both at the state and at the national level, to advance the understanding of how to combat this illness. Next slide, please. As always, if you need help, please reach out. The two easiest ways to do it locally are to contact the Contra Costa County Crisis Center by calling 211 or texting 20121 to ask for help. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jessica. Bring this, keeping the awareness, right, of this danger up and front and center. Greg, is there public comment?
We have one comment, Patty Hoyt. We're going to allow you to unmute yourself and share your video camera if you wish. You have 3 minutes to comment on this item.
Sorry, got my camera started, but not the speaker. That's how that goes. Hi, thank you very much. I'm Patty Hoyt. I am a board member of the National Coalition Against Prescription Drug Abuse, and I coordinate a drug prevention coalition called ADAPT San Ramon Valley through the Discovery Counseling Center. And I am just here to thank the San Ramon Valley Unified School District for their continued recognition of March as Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month, and to thank you for your continued support of prevention, of substance use prevention amongst our students. By having people like April Rivero in the classrooms, by working with my coalition on education and policy work in the community. I just can't thank you enough for that. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to show my appreciation. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Patty.
We have one more person with their hand raised, April Rivero. We're going to give you 3 minutes to comment on this item. Please unmute your microphone and your camera if you so desire.
Okay, there we go. Good evening, everyone. First, I just absolutely want to thank the board for once again recognizing March as Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month. You've done that for us for the last several years, and I really, really do appreciate it. And thank you so much, Jessica, for representing us so well and for your kind words too. So I thought I would provide just real quickly a little bit of history. So Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month in California began back in May of 2013, and it was a direct result of me going to Senator Mark DeSaulnier, who is now a congressman, of course, but back then he was my senator. And I had been working with him to help with some legislation that he was leading. And I took the opportunity to ask him to carry this legislation for us, and he did that. So on May 8th, 2013, a Senate concurrent resolution was signed into law by our governor, and that began Prescription Drug Abuse Awareness Month. The reason for my ask for that was that it felt to me at that time that I was kind of a lone ranger. A lot of people were completely oblivious to the problem unless it had happened to them, personally. It wasn't something that was talked about. Education wasn't what it was in our schools. And I really felt strongly that we needed some opportunity like this to raise awareness and make sure that people were getting the message about how prescription drugs such as painkillers and sedatives and stimulants that are prescribed all the time, even to our young people, could be potentially dangerous and certainly addictive. So bottom line is, our organization that I founded back in 2010 was just shortly after Joey passed away, my son. He graduated from Cal High after going through grade school. Here we moved up from Southern California in 2006 or 1996. I'm so sorry. So bottom line is, he had gone through grade school, elementary, and then he went into Iron Horse Middle School and graduated from Cal High in 2006. And so through that journey, neither Joey nor I, as a parent, and I was one of those that would always go to those parent talks, that our PTA is so good about putting on, there was really no talk about prescription drugs. So this whole effort through the National Coalition Against Prescription Drugs, Drug Abuse, and also through the Contra Costa County Meds Coalition that I found back in 2012, has really, I think, made a difference in raising that awareness. And just quickly, what I want to share is that everyone can make a difference. So locking up your medication, disposing of it properly, which means take it to your local CVS or your police station when they're open. They accept it with no questions asked. And then just making sure that you continue to educate yourselves and share what you learn with your children and everybody that you know, because there still is a lower perception of risk than there really should be with these medications. We do have internship opportunities for our youth, so please direct them our way. We have 12 amazing young people, high school students that are working with us right now. And the information to connect with us was shared by Jessica, but www.ncapda.org is how you can connect with us. So thank you very much. Appreciate it very much.
Oh, okay, great. Then 9.4, Teacher of the Year. Executive Director Nadine Rosenzweig is going to help us with this one.
Okay, good evening, trustees, Superintendent Malloy, assistant superintendents, and members of the community. I am Nadine Rosenzweig, Executive Director of Elementary, and I'm so proud and honored to, this is the exciting part of the job, that we are here to share with you the San Ramon Valley Unified School District Elementary and Secondary Teacher of the Year recipients. The County Office of Education directs the Teacher of the Year program, and it's an opportunity to highlight exemplary teachers from our school district in Contra Costa. And here in San Ramon, we have so many teacher names that were submitted to us. But tonight, I'm here to highlight our elementary candidate, Trisha Facto, and I feel like this is the Oscars, because this is a beautiful award that we received, and Trisha, your name is on this. But Trisha originally began as a paraeducator in 2006 and then became a teacher in August of 2006 and taught special education class at Golden View. We saw Trisha's gifts early, and then she went over to Live Oak, where she helped open special education classes. Trisha was known for working on inclusion and mainstreaming opportunities for her students. Trisha then was asked to move back to Golden View, where she worked with the TK class and again supported inclusive practices at Golden View. In 2018, she became a teacher on special assignment in special education and currently serves our special education department and special education classes at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. Trisha was instrumental in starting the first moderate special day class program at Live Oak. And during her tenure there, she supported all kindergarten students all students. Trish is known for working with gen ed teachers and special ed teachers to really increase opportunities for inclusion with typically developing kindergarten peers. And then Tricia went back to Golden View, where she grew their program to encompass all grade levels. And I know one of Tricia's strongest skills is the ability to work with both general ed teachers and special ed staff to include students in mainstreaming opportunities. She has implemented the Circle of Friends program that you might know of or haven't heard of, program at the elementary level for gen ed students to have social and language opportunities with our special ed students, and to see that buddy program in action when we were in school really created genuine friendships. So Tricia has been a teacher on special assignment, and she is Superwoman, where she runs from school to support all new special education teachers and helps implement professional development for staff and align curriculum. She's instituted site-based activities to increase student leadership and acceptance of students with unique needs. Tricia is an ambassador for equity and inclusion of students district-wide. And Tricia, I will deliver this to your school, and I wanted to call on you to let's meet her in person and say a few words.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Trish Facto. I really just want to say thank you so very much. And truthfully, every teacher within San Ramon Valley Unified School District is deserving of the recognition. I can honestly say that because with my unique role in special education as well as SRVUSD leadership, it's allowed me the opportunity to support and build incredible relationships with management, teachers, service providers, classified staff, and many, many students, both in general education and special education. Again, I'm honored and I'm humbled that I'm being recognized for what I was made to do and for what I wake up every morning and able to do what I love. I will continue to follow through that all our students are all of our students. I'll continue to be the voice for those who speak softly or those who without a voice. And I will always put our students' needs first. So thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. And now, because San Ramon is such a large district, we are able to have an elementary representative and a secondary representative. And so I'm excited to present to you Michelle Wilson as our secondary candidate, Teacher of the Year. And Michelle, this one has your name on it. Michelle Wilson was hired in October 2010 to teach at Doherty Valley High School. She currently teaches English 9 and AP English Language at Doherty Valley High and is a curriculum leader for the English department. She has been instrumental in creating and maintaining a professional learning community that is focused on student support, examination of data, sharing, and collaboration. She has been heavily involved in the current and past student forum to gather information to make changes to the English curriculum, especially by including more diverse authors. She's an advocate for equity and diversity while hearing and seeing multiple voices and representation in the English department curriculum. Michelle has implemented a number of innovative and highly effective technologies in the Google Virtual Classroom to foster a rigorous and engaging classroom for her online students. Technologies that Michelle is using in her classroom include shared Google Docs, Google Slides, Zoom chat, breakout rooms, etc. Michelle reports that she's excited about how this technology allows her to watch, monitor, and assess student learning and thinking in real time. This also allows Michelle to provide real-time feedback to students. Michelle plans highly engaging and detailed lessons that engage students at a deep level of learning. Through her questions and thoughtfully designed learning activities, she consistently challenges her students to examine their current thinking, reflect, problem solve, and apply a critical lens to the issues and the texts they are studying. Michelle displays an incredibly strong dedication to the teaching profession, as well as a highly commendable commitment to ensuring that her students in all her classes receive an outstanding educational experience. Michelle has spent time throughout the pandemic fostering relationships and building connections on a daily basis. She engages students and receives feedback to best address the online learning platform and make learning the best it can be. It was evident to Principal Evan Powell that Michelle has the exemplary qualifications necessary to be our secondary teacher of the year. And so we are pleased to recommend to the board Tricia Facto and Michelle Wilson as our elementary and secondary teacher of the year. And now they will work on their applications to be submitted to the County Office of Education. And congratulations, Michelle. And do you want to share a few words?
English teacher, so I guess I'll have to. So thank you truly for this incredible distinction and tremendous honor. I still remember 8 years into my teaching career driving by the construction site that would be Doherty Valley High School and feeling a pull to it, proclaiming that I would teach there one day. But I also knew that if I wanted to make real positive systemic change in education, that San Ramon Valley was a district that would not only support me, but provide me with the professional development and opportunities to make that happen. And here I am 11 years later, serving as one of this year's representative teachers, which is no exaggeration, a dream come true. I teach English and I tell students that words shape reality. So to maintain my growth mindset, I will say that this year has been a challenging one, but one that I've witnessed has shaped a generation of students who are already activists, already calling out systemic inequalities, whose voice is already amplified well beyond our classrooms, who are also unfortunately more aware of the damage that stress and anxiety plays in their ability to learn. And if anything is a learning, if everything is a learning opportunity, then this year has revealed to me that grace is more important than grades, and that our goals as a district should be to provide an environment that doesn't shut down, but stimulates those neural pathways that create the learning that we so desire. We need to create more equitable systems of assessment feedback that serve critical thinkers who have confidence rather than grade anxiety. We need to provide an environment rich with perspectives that represent the diverse American experience, where all students will see themselves and feel like their voice is important to the future of this country. I know I sound always like a big thinker and have these grand plans, but I return to why I'm so honored to be your secondary representative this year. This district's initiatives, Common Core, equity, grading reform, have served as my passions and have defined my career. And this is a district that can lead the way on these issues, and I'm so excited to be a part of it. So thanking me into the confident, excited educator I am today, and for honoring me with this year's Secondary Teacher of the Year. I recognize that with this nomination comes a great responsibility, but I look forward to both representing and upholding that. So thank you so much.
Yes. Yeah, congratulations to Tricia and Michelle. Usually, you would be here and there would be a room full of people giving you applause and, for your well-deserved recognition. But it's a little bit different this year, but still, great congratulations to you both. Greg, do we have any public comment? Yeah.
Yes, we have one person currently with their hands raised. If anyone else wishes to speak, please raise your hand. And Catherine, you can unmute your microphone and speak to this topic.
Thank you so much. I am so excited by this year's nominations. This is the year of challenges. And Michelle, you spoke about that, and it is so true. We are just, in the midst of a pandemic. And the fact that the two of you, Michelle and Tricia, are representing our 1,700 members speaks volumes about the tenacity of your spirit, your courage, and your ability to affect so much change. I am beyond proud to be the president of these two amazing Teachers of the Year. I know, Michelle, you're a teacher at Doherty Valley, and what I've heard about you is that you are just adored by your colleagues. They think the world of you, that you have been such a trailblazer in implementing change at your school, and that you've gotten so much recognition for your deep thinking, and your words and comments tonight really reflected that. The kids know entering into your classroom that they're going to learn, that they're going to get a stellar education. And so just having you here and honoring you this year just speaks so much about who you are. And now, Tricia, I am so proud of you. I know you personally, but when I didn't know you, you were a legend, and I had heard your name, and you came into this district, and I didn't know you were a para, I might have forgotten. But the fact that you have risen through the ranks into this position of impacting so many students with the role that you are playing, I know that our classroom teachers benefit so much from the support that you have given. And that just impacts our students as well, who are going to be the beneficiaries of the professionalism that you have always maintained. I know as a leader, the public may not know this, but Tricia joined our executive board just 2 years ago, and then jumped on to, I think it was 2 years ago, right, Trish? And then jumped onto our negotiating team in the summer of this year. And for anybody that may not know this, we have been doing nothing but negotiations. Tricia brings such strength to our team and is a challenge in so many of the things that we have been presenting in terms of really questioning what our team is bringing forward and providing that lens of balance, and knowing that you take on this charge with such dignity and so much professionalism is just so appreciated. I can't be prouder to have the two of you representing the San Ramon Valley Unified School District and my bargaining unit, the educators of San Ramon. So congratulations to both of you. And I am so excited for the journey that you're about to take.
Great. And I think Dr. Malloy is going to take the board.
Thank you, President Ordway. And I just want to briefly say that as a newer member to the San Ramon Valley Unified School District, listening to these two amazing educators, Michelle and Tricia, I'm inspired, grateful on behalf of all of us, knowing that you represent so many educators in this district who have that same passion and commitment, but you shine and you are being honored because of that. And it's an exciting night. And I just wanted to offer that insight as well.
Great. And good luck to both, actually, at the County Office of Education selection. Now 9.5, moving on to public comment for non-agenda items. As a reminder, public comment is limited to 3 minutes. Out of respect for our viewing audience, we will be concluding each speaker when their 3 minutes are complete. We will notify you when you have 30 seconds left so you can wrap up your comments prior to the 3 minutes cutoff. Also, I want to remind everyone that this is to comment on non-agenda items, and the board cannot respond to comments that are about topics not on our agenda. So please be aware that we may interrupt you and redirect you to a correct time to speak if your comment is directed in an agendized item. Greg?
We have 2 people currently with their hands raised. If anybody else would like to speak on a non-agendized item, please go ahead and raise your hand and we will call on you. You may also share your video if you so desire. First person is Ms. Wong. We're going to allow you to unmute your microphone and share your video if you wish. You have 3 minutes to share your thoughts.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Jennifer Wong. I'm a proud member of SRVUSD, a 4-5 combo teacher at Coyote Creek Elementary and mother of 3 in our district, 2 that, well, have graduated. So we won't guess how old I am, but yeah, I've been here a while. I came today to talk to you about some adaptations Cody Creek has been doing around COVID on our campus once we return to in-person learning. And I did share some slides earlier today with the board members and Dr. Malloy, since I realized I wouldn't be able to share them on the screen today. So hopefully you'll have a chance to look at those, and my comments will make a little bit more sense if you can look at the pictures. But I just wanted to share that we approached reopening with the concept that we needed to ensure physical distancing. We wanted to find the spaces on our campus that had the most ventilation and a lot of air space, as well as utilize our outdoor space. And we've done some wonderful things. The first thing we did was look at places we had bottlenecks. Not surprisingly, the copier was a huge bottleneck for us. We had 2 copiers side by side each other, which were constantly in use. So we moved one copier into a corner of our multipurpose room so that we have now essentially 2 workspaces, and it allows more people to get access, feeling comfortable and able to stay distanced from each other. We then also moved our staff lounge into the NPR, which isn't being used by students right now for eating, which allowed a great bigger volume of air and space for us to enjoy lunch comfortably, to enjoy those breaks each day. We also have been able to use some outdoor spaces at our school. We have a former Coyote Creek student, AJ Leong, who along with Boy Scout Troop number 805 built us some beautiful picnic benches. And so we appreciate those very much. And then we have a Girl Scout Troop 32885, along with Chloe Gatot and Eleni Rihas, who built us some beautiful friendship benches. And so we can utilize our outdoor space a little bit more. We do have 12 students that eat lunch with us every day. We've created an outdoor lunchroom under a covered area for them so that they can, eat outside as well as be in the shade and not be impacted as much by our beautiful but sometimes inclement weather here in California. So as we look forward to reopening next year, and we're so excited for that to happen, we want to make sure we're able to scale up all of these great ideas and share them across other sites. And I'm hoping that this board and this district will make it a priority to really look at our outdoor spaces and think now about possible building of pavilions and shade structures and windbreakers and things that we need to really start thinking about now so that we're really prepared in the fall to utilize our beautiful outdoor spaces. COVID landscape or not, we should be utilizing those to the best of our ability. And we cannot rely on local CCF learning funds to provide those funds because that's not equitable, and we need to start prioritizing some funds to go to building out our outdoor spaces. And I hope that you can make that a priority. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm over my time, so that's all I'm going to say. Good night.
Next is Kathy Dillingham. We're going to promote you so you can unmute your microphone and share your video. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to share your thoughts.
Hi. I just have a quick question. I have 2 different things to talk about. Am I allowed to just speak about one, or do I need to fit them both in the 3 minutes?
I think you should fit them in both in the.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for having me tonight. I just wanted to, I'm a teacher at Venture School, and the beginning of the year was quite a big shift for some of us. And I felt the parents, it was a little re-traumatizing to start over again. But I feel like they were so patient and understanding, and they were so dedicated for their children and really have sacrificed a lot. Many of them are working parents. They have, their children in their home. They're working at home like everybody else. And every week I meet with them, and I'm incredibly humbled and inspired by them. And I just really want to acknowledge that, parents are pretty amazing. And I think that's not unique to Venture. It's at every school in the district, whether it's hybrid or remote. In addition, I want to say, teachers are so wonderful, and so many different teachers in the district have reached out to those of us that are doing new assignments this year. And so I just want to say thank you to our colleagues at other campuses. And, you know, for my little first and second graders, we've had authors nights and they've shared their little autobiographical stories and opinion, persuasive. We have a read aloud day tomorrow. We've done art days and science, and we're going to do leprechaun traps next week. And so, you know, there's a lot of great things happening. And then the second item I wanted to talk about is the board recall. And I would like to say I am not in support of that. In particular, I met President Susanna Ordway when she was a jewelry teacher at Venture School. And I found her to be really knowledgeable about the kids. And I've just seen her grown into this wonderful leadership position. And also Rachel Hurd, I think I saw her many times over the year of 3 children that are now 31, 28, 26. And Rachel has always been involved. And I just think of last year, well, when we were under negotiations and she had a horrible tragedy and she made a priority to help us figure things out. And I can't think of anyone who's more dedicated. And then lastly, Ken Mintz, I was the liaison for the Servia board one year, and he was the gentleman that I met with. But even independent of that, he would come and visit Venture School as a teacher. And I feel like all 3 of our board members have been giving their best, and we all need to give each other grace and understanding and know this is a global pandemic. And I see that is used. Thank you.
Next, Janice Kerr. We're going to promote you so you could unmute your microphone and share your video if you so desire. You'll have 3 minutes to share your thoughts. Please state your full name for the record.
Wait, I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to be so slow. My name is Janice Kerr, and I am a proud Servia member. I teach kindergarten at the amazing Tassajara Hills Elementary School, and I've been there since they opened in 1997. Teaching reading is one of the great joys of my life, and I am teaching remotely this year, and my students have grown incredibly as readers. I am so excited about it. I can't even tell you. I use a structured literacy program, and the Sweet Kinders have grown more than probably any other year. I can't even believe it. The program that I'm using is excellent. It's wonderful, but I don't think that that is the key to the growth this year. I think their parents are so involved and the kids are getting so much family time and attention to literacy that it has been incredible. Both the kids and their parents are thrilled with their amazing growth and how they are all decoding so well. It is, I just can't even get over it. There's no picture guessing in my class as I write reading passages and they don't have pictures with them. I give them a little pep talk before the story to get them excited to read it. And every single day they read to me on Seesaw. I do believe I listened to them read far more this year than any other year, as I'm listening to them late at night while they're all asleep. I adjust my lessons for the next day after I listen to their reading to include any difficulties that they've had on the previous day. And Seesaw has been an incredible tool, amazing. Every day we have an oral language response where they make a video addressing some of the learning that we've done or a story, and they have become great speakers. They started out hesitantly and scared, and now they are confident and they are asking me to like and subscribe their videos each day, which I do every day. Seesaw has been a game changer when it comes to great teaching online, and I just want to give a cheer for that. I also wanted to share that all this gloom and doom about online teaching and learning is just not true. My kids are learning, growing.
We love to be online together. And just today, several of my students told me that it's their favorite time of day is being together in class online. And that is definitely my best time of day as well. So please know, remote teaching can be great. It can be wonderful. It's not as great as in class, but it is still a wonderful place to be and learn. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Anne-Marie McHugh. We're going to promote you so you can unmute your microphone and share your video if you so desire. You have 3 minutes, and please state your full name for the record.
Hello, my name is Anne-Marie McHugh, and I'm a proud SRVU member. My kids know me as Miss Annie. I am the luckiest teacher in the world. I get to teach our youngest learners in preschool, so they're from 3 to 5 years old, and they have the most, or they need our most intensive support of our kids. So it's a moderate intensive classroom. And so I am so lucky because in the beginning of the year, working remotely, it was really hard to know because some kids, it was difficult for them to even recognize us through the screen. And so what I found though, even the kids that are still remote now have done so well, just amazing growth. And like Ms. Kerr said, I think a lot of it is that the parents they're trying so hard, even when they're working crazy hours and trying to put that time together. They're seeing us model how we work with their kids. Normally, they wouldn't see the ways that we try to encourage, getting someone to respond and look us in the eyes. So it's been really, I know it's been so hard for the parents, but it's amazing what I've seen. And back in October, we welcomed some of the kids back, and now in February, we welcome more. And I know that all the parents and all the teachers are wondering, like, am I doing enough? Is this going to be okay? Are they going to get through this year? And what I'm seeing is everyone is. We will get through this. And I wanted to talk about just, over this past, well, I guess whole year, but it's felt really tough at different times with our community. It felt like it was being torn asunder by just everyone stressed and trying to do the best for their kids or for their students. And so I'm seeing that turn around right now. I'm really excited. I just feel like everyone's starting to heal that divide. And I mean, that's not just the parents, it's the kids, it's all the workers that work for the district that aren't in the classroom. It's our 3 great unions, SRVUSD, I used to be in that one, CSEA and SEIU, that all the clerical workers, the paras who I have, for every 2 children in my classroom, I have a para. So I could not do what I do without them. And the amazing custodians who are working night and day, they are keeping us safe. And I just wanted to thank everyone for just coming together. And I think it'll get better as the next couple months go on. And I really want to thank Dr. Malloy.
Please wrap up.
Okay, I'm going to wrap up with thank you. It was a hard place to come into, and you've helped us turn it around. So thank you.
Next is Nicholas Harvey. We're going to promote you so you could unmute your microphone and share your video if you so desire. You have 3 minutes. Please state your full name for the record.
Hello, board. I hope you're having a lovely evening. My name is Nicholas Harvey. I'm a junior at California High School. And today I just wanted to speak very briefly about the topic of ease of communicating with the district, specifically about requesting information. I've experienced, and I assume other community members have similar stories, that a lot of the time when people send emails to the district to request information can take a very long, unnecessarily long amount of time. And I'm speaking about that now because I just had a recent experience with this. I'm a reporter for the Californian, which is a California high school student paper. And on October 12th, I sent 2 small questions to Mr. George, who is the formerly involved with communications. And then I received a email on October 15th letting me know that Mr. George was no longer affiliated with the communications department, totally fine. And it was forwarded to someone else who was in communications. And totally fine. I was just waiting to see when the new person would respond to me. And I followed up on November 18th, at which point I was told that a different person who would handle requests like mine was on break and that they would be back after the Thanksgiving break. So I followed up again on December 2nd and received no response. So then I followed up again on January 13th. And then I was told that my email would be forwarded to the communications director. And then I followed up again on February 4th, 3 weeks later, and I have not yet received a response. And I'm not asking here for a response because I know that board can't comment on, or legally can't comment on items not on the agenda. But I would like to see, and I think other community members would like to see, some guidelines or standards establishing a more efficient and easier way of sending information to the public when the public sends emails asking for information. I don't know if that would take the form of a web page that would say, if you have XYZ question, this is the person to email. But I think many people would like to see a way to make it easier to get information from the district. And thank you. Have a lovely evening.
Okay, maybe I can ask, Dr. Malloy to follow up with that.
Yeah, thank you, President Ordway. We do have an expectation of a 2-day turnaround. So we are going to look into why that didn't happen. That's already a clear expectation that at least a email is acknowledged, and then it's clear about when the response will come. And if there's any change with the actual request, because sometimes the information is not as readily available as some might think, we're actually clear about that. But in this case, it sounds like things got lost. So that is not our expectation, and we will follow up.
We have one more person with their hand raised to comment on this item. It's a phone call, phone number ending in 202. We're going to allow you to be unmuted, so you may share your thoughts. You have 3 minutes, and please state your name for the record.
Hi. Hopefully you can hear me now. Sorry, I'm usually on Zoom. This is Devin Rosedal, parent and father here in the district. I was on a call recently. Wanted to just take a couple minutes. First of all, obviously really thankful that the little guys are in the hybrid model, and that's working well. And I see all the execution and planning that's going into putting that on. And I'm very thankful for the district and our teachers who are doing their best to do so. I wasn't planning on raising my hand at this time, but when I heard the 2 wonderful teachers speaking about how great the distance learning has been and how wonderful that has been for them, I wanted to at least bring up a couple points by other education-based institutions, such as the Brookings Institute and the study that they've been doing on what this pandemic and keeping kids out of schools is doing to their future earnings. Quickly to summarize, it is projected to have a massive impact on their future earnings. It is suggested it could cost a long-term value of $33,464 over the lifetime wages of an average American. Obviously, many of the children in this district will likely produce more income than an average American, so those losses could be much higher. There's also another study that was done in the UK that has that income loss as a much, much higher level, given the lack of interaction that children get in person and the rapidity in which they learn their lessons and the depth in which those lessons get into their brain. I've seen this with my own children, and we were very involved and are still very involved in their education at home. But I just want to echo the importance of getting children back in schools. The science does not support keeping them out. There is no study that suggests that children need to be home on Zoom. None. The unions used the children as pawns to raise money and bargain. That is what was done here, in my opinion, and it's frustrating. I don't feel that our children were put through a lot of hardships because they have two parents at home, but that's not the case for a lot of underprivileged children in California. My sister's a teacher, and I've heard this firsthand from her as she teaches in an underprivileged district. So anyway, it's not terrible. They're back in hybrid, but let's get them back in school. Thank you for everything everyone's doing. I appreciate that and appreciate having the time to talk.
We have one more person with their hand raised. Matthew Hoffman, we're going to promote you, so you can unmute your microphone, share your video if you so desire. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Matthew Hoffman, and I like to echo the prior caller's sentiment. And I do appreciate the teachers bringing their positive experiences with remote learning to the conversation, because that is important to get that point of view from these individuals. But like the prior caller in talking about these broader studies, I'd like to focus specifically on the learning loss data that was presented to this board several meetings ago, where we saw through specific data, direct learning loss at the English and math scores. I mean, it was not opinion-based, it was analytical data that's evidence-based reality of what's going on. So I think it's very important to understand the sediment, and then we look at the reality of the learning loss and how do we connect those dots? How do we say where we have this sediment and then versus what's actually going on with the grading, and where's the disconnect? How do we make this sense of this going on? So perhaps there's in the near future at one of these board meetings, we need to revisit the math grades of what was going on that was reported prior and see exactly what was going on with those grades at each level, so that we can understand what exactly is going on with what the children have lost in this time. Thank you very much.
That's all for public comment at this time.
That's all? Okay, great. Moving on, it's 9.6, Association President's Comments. So we're going to start with our Servia President, Ann Katzberg. And yeah, really want to hear the updates from a report from your membership. And we would really appreciate if you can keep it to around 5 minutes or so. Thanks.
For some reason, I can't take off the video, so I'm just going to speak. Oh, here we go. I get to start it. So I just want to thank everybody that spoke during the public comments, and we got to share wonderful stories about what's happening in our schools. And yes, we're very excited to be back, and we know that there's so much that we want to do. I'm just going to remind everybody that 1 year ago today, we finished a 22-hour negotiation session and settled on a 3-year contract. And that was a long negotiating session, but we never stopped. And we have been negotiating throughout this entire pandemic to make sure that we can provide an incredible education for our students. I know that right now there is a lot of discussion and information about what our students need. And our two public comments at the end spoke about the need of our students to make sure that we provide the best possible education for them. And having never lived through a pandemic, and looking forward to next year, we want to make sure that we provide additional supports to really build up our students so that they are successful and have a future that we know every single one of our students deserves. And so Servia is looking forward to partnering with our trustees, our management, and our community in making sure that we can promote not only the social emotional well-being of our students, but that we can provide for every single child the unique education that they truly can get right now. We have a lot of support that has come down the pipes through our governor and our legislators in terms of providing the funding. And we negotiated today on our students' future with summer school, and we're looking forward to working with everybody on next year and what that will look like. I just want to thank all of our trustees. I think you've been working excessively hard with all these workshops that you've been doing. I've gotten to attend them. And part of the joy of being in this position is that I get to see the development of the strategic thinking that you all are doing and participating in. And it's just been so thoughtful. And I like the comments and the support from management in providing this guidance for everybody. So in the spirit of partnership, I look forward to learning about what we will provide and making sure that every single student in our district gets what they need to be successful. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Anne. Okay, now our CSEA president, Tammy Castelluccio. You can keep it also around the same time. That would be great. Thank you.
No problem. Good evening. I am Tammy Castelluccio, president of CSEA. CSEA would like to congratulate Trisha Facto and Michelle Wilson for being awarded Teacher of the Year. It is well deserved. CSEA has gone through the negotiation and ratification process for our new wellness intake specialist positions. We are looking forward to those new positions being posted, so we will be ready to help serve our high school students in our wellness centers. CSEA and district management have been in negotiations working on 150 updated job descriptions from the classification and compensation study EMS has completed for us. We have been meeting diligently through the last month and have for the month of February and have a few more dates scheduled this month to finish up. We have scheduled a financial implication meeting with management in April, and we are looking forward to seeing what the district can and will implement based on the recommendations of EMS. We are happy that we'll be bringing our secondary students back to campus very soon. We are also looking forward in the fall, if allowed, that we will have our students back on campus 5 days a week full time. We are starting to think and discuss about the things we will need as classified employees for that to happen now. That is our goal. That's the goal of all of us, to bring our students back as much in normalcy as possible. We know that this is what our students need and this is what is best for them. We are happy that we are continuing the discussion tonight regarding equity. I would like to speak briefly about equity for our staff. We have been hearing for months now about how important it is to get our teachers vaccinated. I would like to remind everyone that we have an additional 1,400 employees that work with and for our students every day. The vaccination information states that all employees working in education should all be vaccinated, not just teachers. We are also very happy to hear that in the governor's new proposal to get students back to school, the 10% of the money our district receives will be designated specifically to be spent for paraeducators. See, even the state realizes how essential classified staff is to all districts. If we can all remember, it was our paraeducators were the ones that brought our special needs students back to campus in October and November, without, in some cases, teachers present. Paraeducators will also be assisting and working with students in regards to learning loss. Teachers are not the only educators in our district, and district management, other bargaining units, Board of Education, and the public need to realize that and start acknowledging it. CSEA classified employees are involved in all of the day-to-day happenings with our students at the site and the district level. We are child nutrition, clerical, technical, paraeducators, and other related service provider staff working with and for our students. We work in the business office. We are crossing guards, noon duty supervisors. As I stated earlier, CSEA has roughly 150 job classifications in this district, working with and for our students daily. We should be acknowledged as our role in this district is just as important. We are classified and we are essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Is there any public comment heard on this? No? Okay. Moving on to 10.1. So consideration of approval of revision to board bylaws 9322 and 9323 and statement regarding public comment. Agenda / meeting materials / meeting conduct. I think to help us with this, I'm going to introduce Harold Freeman, our attorney from Lozano Smith.
Good evening and thank you. I just wanted to give a brief overview of the items that are before you for this agenda matter and how we got them here, because this came in part from recent board workshops that were held that we were involved with. And so just as a very brief overview, the two board bylaws in question, 9322 and 9323, both have to do with the conduct of board meetings and adding agenda items. But the main thing I wanted to emphasize, because there's some technical cleanup in there and some bringing practices current to reflect what it is that you actually do, I wanted to really focus on two matters. One of them is the adoption of a rules of procedure. And the other, which is really the main focus for me, has been the public comment and some of the issues around public comment. Just really briefly on the rules of parliamentary procedure, I did want to note that in Board Bylaw 9323, we've included a choice for the board to consider adopting either Rosenberg's Rules of Order or Robert's Rules of Order. And I know in the agenda packet, there's a brief summary of some comparison of key points between them. The board does not have to have rules of procedure. It can continue to operate as it operates now. Many school districts do operate formal rules to help when there's really a need for the process to help you through, including at the meetings. But then really turning to the main point, part of the discussion that we had at the board workshops and that we wanted to share with the public tonight is how the Brown Act operates and free speech rights around public comment, and to explain how we got to the language that is proposed to you for these board policies. Under the California Brown Act, which is the open meeting law for local governments, including school districts, you have your public meetings held in public. The public is allowed to watch your meetings as they do tonight. And at designated times, the public can make public comment. That is required by the Brown Act, that public comment. The Brown Act also establishes rules around that. But by saying that you have to allow for public comment at this public meeting, under free speech laws, what the legislature has done in the Brown Act is created what's known as a limited public forum. And that's from constitutional law at the federal and state levels. What it basically means is you cannot restrict speech, generally speaking, based on the content of the speech. You can, however, have reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. This time, place, and manner restrictions appear in the Brown Act as things like the ability to place time limits on speakers, the 3-minute time limit that you have for public comment, for example. It also provides within the Brown Act that you do not have to allow comment that is beyond the subject matter jurisdiction of the district. And what the Brown Act says is that for regular board meetings, you have to allow comments on agenda items and other general public comment on items within your jurisdiction. At special board meetings, it's actually even more limited. You do not have to allow general public comment. You just have to allow comment on the agenda items themselves. So what the Brown Act basically tells us is that those are the time, place, and manner restrictions that you work within and have the ability to do. The Brown Act also tells us that when public comment is made on items not on the agenda, and your student speaker tonight actually observed this correctly during the public comment period, the board is very limited in its ability to respond. Under the Brown Act, if the item is not on the agenda, the role of the board is to listen. And the reason for that is if a dialogue ensues or if the board begins to discuss what was raised in that public comment, you're discussing things that were not agendized on the agenda, which itself can be a violation of the Brown Act. So generally speaking, all the board can do during the public comment is listen. You can ask questions of clarification on a limited basis. You can refer matters to staff to follow up on. You can request the items be brought back to the board. But generally speaking, any comments you make have to be brief and you cannot really engage in the dialogue. This is something that the public often struggles with when they're watching a meeting because they will ask questions of you and hope to get answers, but this is not the forum for that question and answer process, particularly on items not on the agenda. And there may also be speech that occurs that some find offensive, that are not reflective of the values of the school district. And again, you're very limited under free speech law on your ability to restrict the content of what somebody is speaking to you about beyond keeping them to the agenda item or keeping them to matters within your jurisdiction. So what we've tried to do in this revised board policy 9323 is to include a few concepts that again were discussed at the board workshops. One is the concept of basically a short script that the board president could read or statement that could be made before public comment, reminding the public that the comments made do not necessarily reflect the beliefs or the views of the school district, and encouraging members of the public to be respectful, to be modeling behavior, particularly because minors watch these meetings. You have students watching school board meetings and sometimes participating in them that are under the age of 18, keeping that in mind, being respectful, and encouraging all to feel welcome, safe, and valued. That is something that the board can do to encourage the speaker. Again, being able to enforce something on the speaker is much harder unless it's that time, place, or manner restriction. Your board policy already provides and will continue to provide, however, that if somebody becomes a disruption to the meeting, so that means actually, for example, interrupting the meeting in various ways, that their right for that public comment may be cut off, and that does remain. Additionally, something that's included that was added to just provide clarification, it's all something that the board could do now, but a question often comes up about what happens if somebody has left the agenda topic. They're no longer talking about what's on the agenda, or they're no longer speaking about something in your subject matter jurisdiction, something you have control over, and that relates to education of K-12 students, or I should say pre-K-12 students. What we've included in this is basically a process that if somebody strays from the agenda, the board president can remind them to come back to the agenda. If they're outside the subject matter of the agenda or of what is within your jurisdiction, that the board president can remind them of that and can interrupt them to do so. That already occurs now. This is just formalizing it in policy. We've also added a process, and this kind of goes with those rules of procedure, that if any other board member or the superintendent believe that a speaker has strayed from the agenda topic or is no longer discussing what's within your jurisdiction, any board member or the superintendent can also interrupt the speaker to raise a point of order to indicate that they believe that that person has left the agenda item and needs to come back to it. So those are all things that the board can already do that are being formalized in this policy with a specific process or procedure. And in all of these ways, what we've tried to do is allow the board to state its values, that you encourage people to be respectful, to be inclusive, to respect the rights of others. And that is under free speech law about as far as you can go, again, unless the person is causing an act of disruption. So that really wraps up the overview of those board policies. I'm here tonight to answer any questions about this or the related law.
Hey, board members, do you have any questions, comments? Actually, Harold, I'm just wondering, going back to the two rules of order, rules, Robert's rules, right, or Rosenberg's. I mean, I've heard of Robert's rules, or but how many are most school districts around here follow Robert's rule, Rosenberg?
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, for public agencies in general, not just school districts around the state, for years and years and years, the options were either Robert's rules or nothing. And there were some of each. Some districts don't have adopted rules of procedure. Some find them too cumbersome. Some have decided along the way that they would rather have their own rules that they develop. And there are districts here in the Bay Area that have written their own shortened rules. Obviously, it takes some work. Rosenberg's rules are relatively younger. They've only been around, I think, for around a decade or so, a little bit more. They were written by a sitting judge who was a former city council member for the city of Davis, who I think got frustrated with the fact that Robert's Rules of Order are literally hundreds of pages long. And I know nobody who knows all of Robert's rules, and I think Judge Rosenberg didn't either. So he wrote a streamlined version that's around 10 pages long that picks up the main points. 10 years ago, nobody was using Rosenberg's rules. They've become very popular amongst cities. The California League of Cities actually publishes Rosenberg's rules. And gradually we see more and more school districts moving over to using Rosenberg's rules. So it's sort of a newer thing, but it's definitely becoming more common.
I just wanted to talk about some other things within some of these changes. So with the public comment, is there an opportunity for people to send in emails as well to be published perhaps, or to have that written comment? Is there, and I know that this is something that maybe we should discuss at the workshop, but I'm just curious if that's something that we should talk about.
I mean, we can definitely consider it. I actually heard, I don't remember what school district, just north of us. I don't know if it's like Mount Diablo.
Yeah, Mount Diablo does. Yeah, Mount Diablo.
And I think that it it might be something that we can look at I mean, because I think that there might be some community members, right, who might not want to speak out, but would be writing us and wanting us to, I don't, I think we have to discuss, whether or not we want to read it out loud or maybe post it so that someone, because depending on, I know this, depending on what is written, right? Sometimes it's kind of uncomfortable or kind of weird when we ask a staff member to read it. So we have to kind of.
Right. Yeah, well, and I know Mount Diablo, I spoke with one of the school board members there, and what they do is they have a limit on the spoken public comments. And then they have a web page where people can send in via email or some kind of form, send in their public comment that's posted. So it's not read at the meeting, but it's posted for all to see. So then that kind of allows for a little bit more effective time management in the meeting, as well as a completely open platform for everyone to be able to have a voice. So I mean, it's just an idea that might be worth looking into, if not tonight, and in the future in terms of public comment.
And I can just say that I've experienced it. There are many strategies that can be used. If that's something the board would like us to explore and bring something back to you, we would absolutely be able to do that.
I think that's kind of been our practice during the pandemic of allowing written comments. We got to the point where if someone was writing something long and wanted it read during the meeting, we'd have staff do that, but only up to 3 minutes. Otherwise, we would just identify in the minutes that we have this and make it available to the public. So we've already been practicing that. If we need to put it into a level of structure.
If Trustee Mintz, I heard something differently. We have done that, and we could do that if you want. But another strategy is it's not read at all. There's a place on the public
Right.
site
Yeah.
where it's sent, we post. The expectation in those contexts that have done it, that I've been, you would read before you come, so that it's in your consciousness before you vote, and the public can see what's there. So it wouldn't, that strategy on top of other strategies wouldn't necessarily, unless you wanted it to, be read at the meeting. So it's a little bit different than what we did, if I heard Trustee Brett.
Yeah, yeah, and then with that model too, we would still allow for verbal public comment. You know, we wouldn't be restricting that necessarily. It would just be, there would be that additional platform. And then with that, that might be an opportunity to kind of manage the time a little bit better too, if we do need to restrict. I know we have in this policy, there's the option for limiting it to 20 minutes. And so in those periods where we have these 6-hour marathon meetings and we do need to restrict, that there is that additional opportunity.
Right, for the, yeah, comments, more inclusive, yeah.
I have a couple of comments about the policy. First, about the 20 minutes. That's already in our policy. We've never really used it. My belief has always been that we do not want to limit people's capability to speak. However, what we can limit is the amount of time that we give to all speakers on a particular subject. So if we know that we have so many folks that 3 minutes would just be unrealistic, cutting it down to 2 minutes, or as well as practices to ask people not to go on for 3 minutes if all they're going to do is agree with the previous comment, you know, that would also save time. But I personally like to see us strike the 20-minute limit on agenda items. Like I say, it's been there. We have not been using that as a practice ever. And I'd like to see if we just remove that part. That's one. But the other thing, it's a small point. It has to do with continuation of meetings past 10 o'clock. The way that it has been written is that it requires a majority of the board to agree to continue past 10 o'clock for an extended period of time. Our practice has always been, to my knowledge, it's not a majority, it's everyone. It's unanimous decision. So a board member doesn't feel obligated to stay when they really can't, or if there's some reason why we need to just adjourn the meeting or recess the meeting to a future time in order to continue it. And again, both of those items been in our policies, but our practice is not with the ways that it's written currently.
And to the point of the longer meetings, I also wanted to see if it was possible to kind of write into the policy, perhaps when we do go past 3 hours, to have the ability to be able to ask for a 5-minute recess so that we can have a break. I think some of these, again, marathon meetings that are 5-6 hours, it's very fatiguing, and to be able to stand up and use the restroom or whatever, I think to have that option so that we can ask for that, request for that through policy.
And we would generally do that, but not as part of policy, it's just practice.
I mean, do we need to put down everything in, you know, in the policy, or again, no, Harold, what do you think? I mean, can we leave some leeway so that we don't have to write everything in the policy, or do we have to? Well, we haven't quite been following a couple of our policies.
You don't have to have everything in the policy. And, you know, just as an example, under both Robert's rules and Rosenberg's rules, some of those procedures pick up some of those issues. So for example, there's a very discreetly entitled motion or a statement somebody can make, which is point of privilege. What that basically means is you need a break. So if you adopt the procedures, there's sort of the magic words to say that are in there. And I don't think you have to put them all in policy. Some of the points that we're hearing tonight certainly would be easy enough to include, just as far as, you know, for example, Trustee Mintz made the point about unanimous vote to go past 10 rather than majority. That's a change. It's already in your policy that would be easily made. You've got language in your policy that actually says that, and it's the policy that's before you tonight that already says that all public comment on all items shall be limited to 20 minutes. You could change that from shall to may, so that if you ever need to use it, it's available, but it's not written as a requirement. So a lot of what I'm hearing tonight would be probably some potentially fairly small policy changes. There was also discussion of, how to approach the written comment. I don't think that has to be written in the policy either. That's something that the district has done, and I think can do just with its instructions, with its agenda.
Great, thank you.
I have one other little thing, sorry, I know.
No,
and
go
this-
ahead.
This is just an inclusive type of, just in terms of wordsmithing. There are two places where we use he, her, and I would prefer that we change that to their, just to make it gender neutral. I wrote it down. So it is at 9323. 9323 meetings and notices. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 9323.2 actions by the board. The board believes when a member abstains, his, her abstination, and so change that to there. And then as well on number 3 on it's on page 18. Number 3 at the last sentence, the government code not 54954.2, the last sentence. Change the his, her to there.
Any other discussion?
When I looked at the Roberts rule versus Rosenberg, it just seemed like to me that Rosenberg was, like Harold said, much more streamlined, easier to understand, and maybe easier to follow. So in that count, I think having it be less complex might be easier for us to begin that process. Also on the suggested statement that we make during the board meeting, it's on the proposal that we have before us. It is very lengthy, and if we could find a way to express ourselves with the things that we need to say, maybe in a shorter version, it might be easier for us to manage, and also easier for the audience to understand. I think as far as the written, I think it's important that we provide all of the public a way to express themselves. And unfortunately, right now in our community, I've been getting emails from parents who are afraid to express their opinion because of backlash from a different parent group. And that's really heartbreaking. And it's something that I haven't really seen in this community before, and I've been here a long time. And I just want to make sure that we find a way to make it safe as much as we can for all of our community members to express their opinions. And so providing a way for them to do that in writing is going to be more helpful to them, those who feel that they can't voice their opinions because of fear for whatever reason. I think that would be a good way to move forward. And also in light of the fact that our meetings are very, very long and we're trying to manage so many different things and do a good job on everything, I think it would be helpful to the board also.
If I can just add one other thing to the written comments is we've been in the practice now for a year of having online comments. And I'd like to see what we can do to put together procedures going forward, assuming at some point we're going to have a live audience again of participants, and what we might be able to do to continue the practice of having people be able to call into our meetings in an appropriate kind of way.
I would concur with Shelley's recommendation to go with Rosenberg's abbreviated rules. I think they're a lot more streamlined related to the written comments. Completely agree. I also think that our current practice in the last few months of getting materials and handouts and everything that's coming before us out to the public will help the public have more informed responses about where we're headed, so what they're replying to would help, because I do think written comments after the fact don't really help our decision making, and I think that is really most people want to talk to us is to affect the decision before, not after. Of course, some of the things we've been dealing with have been carried over from multiple months, so the ongoing dialogue with the community is still beneficial. I like Harold's suggestion of putting May in there with the 20 minutes, because especially if we're going to be working towards not going past 10 or certainly not going past 11, we do need to have some control, because there are some things on our agenda that we do need to handle in a night and can't necessarily wait for the next meeting or for the special meeting. So I think keeping that flexibility in there would be wise.
Yeah, and I also agree with Rosenberg's rules and items.
Another point.
And I'll disagree with that as well as the may rather than shall 20 minutes. The one point I get back to is it's been, just given the circumstance, I mean, great to see how many folks calling in and watching our meetings as opposed to when it would just be an audience here in the boardroom. So it would be great to see that kind of participation going forward as we get into other topics and the environment continues to change.
I do have to add, though, I really miss the interaction you get by seeing your audience. I just think it's far more productive and community oriented. But of course, I support the increased accessibility. But I hope that when we open the room, people will come back.
That'll be interesting too. I mean, we have to kind of bring back in just the board and district staff. I mean, we still have to kind of get used to back in person. So yeah, we'll see how it goes when we can get back in person. Okay, nothing else. Is there any public comment on this?
Yes, we have one public comment right now. If anybody else wishes to comment, please raise your hand so we can call on you. Right now, we will promote call-in user number 4. You may unmute your microphone and share your camera if you so desire. Please state your full name for the record.
Hello, I'm a parent in the district, and I am very appalled that it is actually the president of the board, Ms. Wong Ordaway, who was not able to keep up with the Browns Act rules. And now that, you are changing the rules to limit the public's freedom of speech and to dictate what is our jurisdiction, what is your jurisdiction, it is appalling. You are stealing and infringing on our rights to speak. I want to read this to you, that the Roberts Rules of Order is a California open meeting law. So for you to want to go to the Roberts, the Browns Act is the California's open meeting law. For you to want to change to other rules, to me, really is not acceptable. And you're even changing the bylaws. Wow, you must be really afraid for us public to speak, and you just want us to all be dumb and obey you. That's how I feel. The people of California do not yield our sovereignty to the agencies which serve us. It is our right to question you, to let you know how we feel. It is our right. Please respect our right. And if you vote to change the bylaws frivolously without really a legitimate reason, but only to protect you who cannot follow the rules so that you are not going to be sued, I would really question your ability and competence as our trustee board. Thank you.
I wonder Harold can very quickly just make a comparison of Brown Act versus meeting rules. I think there was some confusion to that.
Yeah, I'm happy to do so and to clear that up. So the Brown Act remains the Brown Act, California law. The school district is bound by the Brown Act and it will continue to comply with the Brown Act. These rules of procedure are just process that take place during the meeting. So it's, for example, how do you bring a particular kind of motion? It doesn't change any rules about public participation. It doesn't change any rules whatsoever about the requirement of posting agendas, public attending your meeting, et cetera. So the Brown Act is the law. This is just process that we will use to carry out that law.
Thank you, Harold.
No further comments.
Okay, great. Great. So I think I agree too that Rosenberg School seems a little bit more, I mean, it gives us structure, but it's also easier to follow, like you said, it's streamlined, and even maybe a little more flexibility, you know, in terms of if we need that, you know, different situation that might come up. So I agree too with the Rosenberg rule of order. So yes, then may I, if unless there's other questions or discussion, may I have a motion to let's see, to approve the revision of the board bylaws 9322 and 9323.
Would it be possible if, Cindy, were you capturing various board members' edits to the proposal? Because I think it might be easier to actually craft the motion if we are all in agreement with each other's comments.
And if I can, you know, normally on policy issues, it would come back to us after staff has made changes. So usually it's more consensus based at this point, and then it comes back even on consent.
Harold, would you weigh in on that last comment from Trustee Mintz?
Sure. I am not aware that the district has a specific rule. I know it's a practice that you've had to have policies come with 2 readings, which basically means it comes back again. This is completely the board's pleasure tonight, whether you'd want to move forward or not. I think we've captured what the changes are. I did want to note too that the statement that was included was, it's not the mandatory statement that can be revised as often as we want. What the policy says is that you will make a statement and a few of the basic points in it. So that can certainly be revised and shared again with the board. But it's really up to the board's pleasure. I think the changes are not so significant that they can't be captured and approved with a motion tonight. But if the board would prefer to see it in writing, I think it's also perfectly appropriate to bring it back next time, if that's the preference.
I'm fine either way. You know, I'm talking about in terms of what our practice has been. So if it's not needed, that's fine with me too.
Yeah, can you share changes right now?
The changes include to change the word from shall to may under the limit to 20 minutes for public comment. That meetings past 10 p.m. would have unanimous approval. And that change from he and her to they on 2 places noted within 9323.2 and on page 18, number 3. There was also all trustees agreed to Rosenberg's rules. So given that, I move that we approve the revisions to our policy with those changes that Cindy just elaborated on.
Aye.
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 Aye. Great. So hopefully these changes, should help us make our meetings more efficient and appropriate for us and our viewers. So. And it's always good to, I think, periodically write some of these policies that we haven't looked at for a while. We probably should review them just to make sure that they're still appropriate for our needs. Okay, so now 10.2, consideration of acceptance of the 2020-2021 second financial report. I'm going to start with Dr. Malloy.
Thank you very much, President Ordway. And I'm just going to provide the briefest of introductions because once again, whenever we're bringing budget discussions before you, I think it's important to emphasize that it is so important that we are aligning our resources with the strategic commitments that have been made previously. And of course, I'm quite excited about the fact that we're engaged in that process now. And in terms of the presentation that you're going to be hearing, it's important as we think about the budget process, and Greg will certainly walk us through it, that there is a rhythm to it that repeats itself. And that rhythm is a very significant piece because it is asking of you tonight is to adopt the financial situation, to adopt appropriate financial certification that Assistant Superintendent will share, because it's so very important that you continue, as you always have, to closely monitor the budget to ensure fiscal stability, to make necessary adjustments, all in accordance with our state requirements. We've said this before in our meetings that vigilant attention to enrollment trends is a key part of this. And one of the other important realities to be aware of is that because of the way in which we are funded and the way in which the revenue sources come to us, there are some challenges within that as well, because it's not as though you always have all of the information regarding how our economy is going to do, for example, in the state of California, which deeply impacts revenues that are then able to be used for the good of our students. So I look forward to the discussion this evening. And with that, as an introduction, Greg, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Malloy and board. It's my privilege tonight to share with the Board of Education staff, students, and our community the district's 2021 second interim report. As we begin, I'd like to thank all of the site, service center, and Ed Center staff members who collectively contributed thousands of hours of work product to verify and finalize the financial data required to complete this second interim report. As background, all 1,000 school districts in California are required by law to submit 2 interim reports as charted on the slide displayed. The first in December and the second in March. In addition, the board engages an independent auditor to complete a comprehensive audit of the district's financial information each year. The auditors work throughout the late spring, summer, and fall to submit an audit to the board in the first quarter of each calendar year. The board's oversight is key during the entire audit process. Next slide, please, Logan. Thank you. As Dr. Malloy shared during his introductory comments, staff is recommending to the board that the board take action to certify the district's positive financial status, as demonstrated throughout this second interim report. In plain language, positive financial certification means the board's financial oversight has led the district to a financially healthy status where we can pay for our projected expenses this school year and the additional 2 school years going forward as required by law. Next slide, please, Logan. Thank you. This slide is the kind of comprehensive summary of the district's general fund revenues and expenses for purposes of the interim report. This data shows this year's revenues and expenses as well as the following 2 years of revenues and expenses. all of which are the core of the second interim report known as a multi-year projection, or MYP, again, required by Sacramento's rules. The board's annual investment in our staff on behalf of our students is the district's largest expenditure by far. On the revenue side, again, as mentioned by Dr. Malloy, the local control funding formula, or LCFF, driven by district enrollment and attendance, is the district's primary source of dollars for students. Because our district is experiencing its fourth year in a row of declining enrollment, and this decline is expected to continue for many years to come, the $283 million LCFF revenue number projected in the upper right-hand corner of this slide in the 22-23 school year is a very important data point and subject to change as we learn more information about how many students we actually have next year. Since this number is driven by how many students we have next year, when we learn more about how many students we have in August and throughout the fall, staff anticipates bringing the board a financially material update in December of this year, in December of 2021, during the first interim report of next year, the 21-22 school year. If declining enrollment does not rebound from this year's decline of 1,400 students, this $283 million number will decrease. Next slide, please, Logan. Thank you. On slide 5, again, a kind of core function of the multi-year projection, I'm sorry, of the annual revenues and expenses are, and I'm sorry, Logan, can we, you're on the right side, sorry, yes. The revenues and expenditures flow into what is called the ending balance. The components of ending balance include, in essence, what are the board's and district savings account, some of which components are required by law, and others of which have been designated by the board as kind of the board's and community's savings account, so that we can continue to provide and invest in our students every year in an uninterrupted way. Next slide, please, Logan. Starting in the 16-17 year, the board actually adopted a series of categories that kind of drive where the savings fall. We update those categories during every financial report, and in particular, starting last spring, we transitioned to a concept that we name the LCFF shortfall, or local control funding formula shortfall. And shortfall literally means that projected going forward, when and if we have an LCFF shortfall, this savings account would go towards funding any shortfall. Another particularly key category on this page, and the second largest category, is the bridge funding, again, adopted actually 2 springs ago by the board. And the bridge, again, also in plain language, was designed to be a funding source that bridges the school district and investments in certificated staff members to a future point where revenues were in concept designed to get better, and particularly how Sacramento funds school districts, more funding for schools. Next slide, please, Logan. This, I'm sorry, one back. Thank you, I apologize. This slide is, as mentioned, as part of the revenues on slide 4. This slide is a major driver and the visual example of the projected continuing decline in student enrollment. At this point right now, compared to last year, we have approximately 1,400 students less than we had at this time last year. On a kind of rolling basis, we have, for financial purposes, kind of defaulted back to the mean of, or I'm sorry, the average projected decline over time, which by multiple inputs, we've arrived at minus 275 students. But again, if starting next fall, we continue the outsized pattern of which we experienced this year, that would accelerate this chart and our decline would occur faster. Finally, and thank you, Logan, next slide. Staff comes before the board tonight to recommend all of this data, which is posted to our website in Sacramento's required format, over 130 pages. If anyone wants to go to sleep very quickly tonight, just start thumbing through that. But in total, what we've seen summarized here is absolutely demonstrates the board's and the business office from my seat and others absolutely certify that the district's finances are positive as required by Sacramento. And when the board's action tonight, we will submit this report and the positive certification to the county office. They will independently review it. And if they agree, they will send it on to Sacramento as finalized. And I apologize, I know we went through a lot of information. Thank you for this opportunity. If there's any questions, we can certainly go back as required.
Yeah, if anyone have any questions?
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Medici and staff for all the hard work that they put in preparing us to have a positive outcome for our ongoing budget in the next couple of years. I think there's a lot of misinformation and fear out there in the parent community about the financial health of the district. And I know that the declining enrollment piece scares a lot of people, but I want them to know that we are paying attention to that we're cognizant of it, and that we'll do what we can to try to mitigate that in the future, but that the work that's been done and the stewardship that we've had as far as our fiscal responsibility and health has been outstanding for this district, especially in light of the fact of the funding that we receive from the state. I know it's not part of this presentation, but can you speak to what additional funds we might be expecting from the passage of AB 86 and the federal stimulus funds that may be coming our way as a district?
Absolutely, and thank you for that, Trustee Clark. We are projecting in excess of $19 million as part of the combined total from the two programs you mentioned, and we of course invest every penny in both the board's direction and our collective goals of getting students back for both this year and next year and beyond.
Hey, Greg, I do have a question actually on your multi-year projection slide. It's only because the number was so striking. I think it was one more, I think, on your slide 4. There you go. It looks like, right? It looks like right now we have a deficit of $9 million for this year. And then next year, it's actually a positive. And then so I looked through and it looks like that one of the biggest differences are like under books and supplies, where this year we're spending over 25 million, and suddenly next year it's gonna drop to 7. I mean, that's 18 million difference. So is that yeah, because I like looking at numbers and go, wow.
Absolutely, and very good eyes on that. The $25 million plus investment this year is almost, and the difference between anticipated difference from next year is almost exclusively tied to the purchase of personal protective equipment and technology and other COVID related items this year. We have the good fortune in our school district of having of an enormous warehouse down by Costco and Burger King. In case those who might not know, that's our property. So all of the investments, well, the vast majority of all technology investments have been spread around, but the vast majority of PPE investments, many have been spread around to our 36 sites, but a good majority of it still remains warehouse. And so we anticipate that, again, as students are back, combined with the new dollars that we're anticipating, that we'll have more than enough protective equipment next year for our students, so that we will not have to invest necessarily to the tune of that 25 million again.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, it just kind of struck me. But then, of course, then it looked like the year out, right? And 2022, then we're back. So next year, it looks like we're in a pretty good place, but then we have a 6 million deficit.
That's correct. The depending on any of our collective kind of favorite sayings about all things expenses, whether it's our home budgets or a business budget or our school budgets, I think one of the applicable phrases is kind of the elevator has a tendency to always go up. So there is kind of a natural increase even on the same people and materials and electricity bills and water usage, but there's a natural tendency to go up for sure annually.
Well, thank you. Any other questions?
Just one point of clarification. Craig, just to make clear that the monies that we're talking about from the state and the feds relative to the pandemic are one-time dollars.
That is correct.
I have kind of an educational question, like so that I can learn a little bit. So when I look at the the details that you sent to us, on the last page, there's where it says total interfund transfers in, and there seems to be a significant difference in percentage. Can you explain what that is and why it would be different from year to year?
Those the percentage formulas on Sacramento's required formatting are fixed between the columns on Sacramento's forms. So what is a low 7-figure number, if it changes even by $1 million or 500,000, that can lead to a large percentage change, but not really a kind of a major change in what we're accomplishing through those transfers. So part of our interfund transfers, or the two largest parts of our interfund transfers, are number one, the savings from our energy bills from having solar panels then are transferred to a basically a bond repayment fund outside of the general fund, and then pay for the construction, the long-term debt to build our solar panels. That number changes to the tune of hundreds of thousands every year. So on a low 7-figure number, that can be a 20 or 30 or even 40% change annually. The second major driver of those interfund transfers is a contribution to food service. And food service this year, through the great leadership of Danny's team and Miguel Villarreal and our over 200 food service dedicated team members. We've actually had greater participation in our food service distribution than we've ever had before. So the contribution is actually projected to go down, but then projected to potentially kind of revert to kind of the norm. So ultimately, in the long run, those interfund transfers do change. And the percentages, whether it's an interfund transfer or anywhere on the sheet, are really kind of driven by Sacramento's formula from where we thought we would be in the very first column of the adopted budget to where the working budget, which is the previously approved budget revisions from previous board meetings the board has approved, and then the projected information, which is where we believe we're going to be by June 30th. All of those, and I think it's column B and D, that translates into the percentage. And did that answer your
Yes,
question?
that did answer my question.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Trustee Brett.
Greg, you talked about how LCFS is really driven by enrollment and attendance. Can you explain, I think for the public, but for all of us as well, the whole concept of the hold harmless on the ADA that we are working under, and then the news that next year's budget would also hold us harmless? Because I think that helps explain why that first row of the chart is pretty flat, even though we're in decline.
Absolutely, and thank you, Trustee Hurd. One of the many difficult challenges about our COVID environment is something that's occurring across the entire state, and many estimates put as many as 80% of all school districts are experiencing declining enrollment. So in a really wise and thought out and fortunate way, in Sacramento's adopted budget for this past July of 2020, they allowed for basically an extension of the normal rules around declining enrollment. The normal rules typically state that however many students a school district had in the previous school year, Sacramento will kind of hold harmless that school district and pay local control funding formula and some other attendance and enrollment driven revenues by how many students you had in the previous year. As part of the COVID, the July 1, 2020 relief package, Sacramento extended that for a second year. So the amount of students our school district had in the 2019-20 school year last year, we're going to, even though we are down 1,500 students this year, we're still getting paid as if we had all of our students from last year. And next year, depending on, unless we get 1,401 students back, or sorry, in the other direction, unless we get 1,401 students back, we will continue, for all intents and purposes, to be paid at 2019-20 levels. So the difference between this year and next year in terms of LCFF funding is actually a projected COLA investment that the governor committed to in January. But after that, the enrollment that we are projecting for next year will drive the dollars for the 22-23 school year, because as Trustee Hurd mentioned, what was a special rule for COVID times about 2 years of declining enrollment protection will now is anticipated to project to return back to just 1 year of protection. So our trend of having 275 less students kind of year over year is what is driving that $283 million number. So if we do not recover from our minus 1,400 student level, then that number will change.
Go ahead, Kate. Just one more question. I wonder if Greg, you or maybe Danny can give us an update on what's happening with the nutrition program, or where funding comes from that. That's always an issue for us in terms of that cafeteria account. And I know everything's been different with the kids not being in school.
Danny and his team, and Danny, feel free to come up, but Danny's always briefs me, and Miguel Villarreal, who's a multi-decade expert in the food service area. And actually, Danny, that have done a Herculean job and effort to make sure that we're distributing as much food as possible, even though we are, for the vast majority of this year, we did not have very many students on campus. Because of the distribution, we are actually getting, for San Ramon Valley Unified, record amounts of reimbursement primarily from the federal government, but through Sacramento. Because of that record amount of reimbursement, we're investing more than we ever had on buying food, but we're also getting more revenues than we ever had as well. What had previously been about a 500,000 to 700,000 kind of imbalance is now projected to be kind of far closer to a break even this year. We will have more information on how close we are to breaking even by the estimated actuals, which will which come to the board in June. We hope that the great work that the federal government wants to continue to do about kind of bringing up those that need help related to many things, including access to food. We think there's a pretty good chance that these kind of food box and kind of distribution scenarios continue. The federal government actually has extended the program at least twice since the beginning of COVID. So we have good hope that this continue, and I'm positive that Danny, Miguel, and all 200 plus food service team members will continue to distribute everything they can for our kids. It's been a really, really positive thing. A lot of positive feedback about it.
So do we get reimbursed for those expenses? Is that the way that works? Or how does the monies actually come in? And it's separate from the other funding that we're talking about, COVID-related funding?
Correct. The money comes in on a per meal basis. The federal government has some, and Sacramento has some very specific guidelines about what defines a meal, how many. These boxes that we've actually been handing out have multiple meals across multiple days. So order of magnitude, the reimbursement per meal for a lunch meal as opposed to breakfast meal is about $2.50. And so we are literally handing out hundreds of thousands of meals and expecting millions in revenue in return. We do have to buy the food. So roughly though, on the net of every incremental meal that we hand out pays for most of our fixed costs related to personnel are covered. And so there is kind of an increasing return to the bottom line, the more meals we can hand out.
Very good. Thank you for the explanation. And Danny, thank you to you and your team for the work. So I know that's been going on for quite some time and it's not the normal operation. So much appreciated.
Are you finding that our families are picking up all of the boxes, or are you having a lot of surplus week to week with those food boxes?
Actually, almost zero surplus. The team has been really diligent about both marketing the opportunity, but then also aligning kind of the demand to our supplies. And so literally almost zero surplus.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Touch on the state deferrals, because I think that there's some outstanding deferrals that haven't been paid by the state, and how that affects our budget.
Thank you, Trustee Clark. We are very fortunate for two reasons as both San Ramon Valley Unified School District and then San Ramon Valley Unified School District in Contra Costa County. The state deferrals are extremely impactful to many districts that are whose local control funding formulas are highly funded by Sacramento in terms of the mix of Sacramento general fund dollars, which are in large part driven by income taxes and other kind of aggregated sources in Sacramento, versus property taxes, which do kind of flow through Sacramento, but ultimately relate directly to the property taxes within our footprint. So approximately 75 cents of every dollar of local control funding formula is funded by our local property taxes. The remaining 25%, certainly a large number when you're talking about hundreds of millions, but the Sacramento's deferrals are only a portion of the 25 cents for us. So round numbers, they're also trying to restore or kind of eliminate the deferrals that they've put in place this year. But for us, it's really a fraction of the 25 cents. And because we have the great board's kind of vision about our savings account, the fractional amount of dollars that Sacramento is not going to give us until after this fiscal year ends will not impact us in terms of our ability to write checks.
Any other questions or clarification? If not, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have several comments for this item. If you wish to comment, please do raise your hand so we can call on you. First, call-in user number 4. We will promote you, so you may unmute your microphone and share your video if you so desire. You have 3 minutes to speak, to share your comments on this item. And please state your full name for the record.
Hi, I just want to say that I feel very disappointed that we are spending a lot of money on non-education related things this year so far. Of all the meetings I have participated, Mr. Medici had authorized money to go to climate meetings and lots of meetings that really don't have anything to do with helping our students who are lagging behind. Maybe their parents don't have the means of helping them with technology, or that they don't have the access necessary to help them become successful. Instead, we spend a lot of money on things that I don't understand. It has nothing to do with education, like equity, about race, and about sex, and about gender, and about social justice. That is not the jurisdiction of a district. So no wonder 1,400 families left. I am probably going to be thinking about that, because tonight it is appalling that instead of having our president, Ms. Wong Ordway, to learn proper ways of how to conduct a public meeting according to the Browns Act, you guys have voted to change the rule to a Rosenberg rule that is now up to the public to learn, and you guys can, just infringe on our right to speak. It is truly pathetic. Oh yeah, shut me down. That's okay. Go ahead, shut me down. Thank you.
The caller's off topic.
I'm not off topic. You are.
Okay, okay.
We have 2 more hands raised currently. William Dong, we're going to promote you so you can unmute yourself and share your video. You have 3 minutes to speak on this topic. Please say your name for the record.
Hi, everyone. I have an item about reopening schools on you here because I didn't find that in the agenda. So I will start my 3 minutes right now.
Yeah, no, sir. Yeah, sorry, William. Yeah, the topic is not on reopening.
Then when will that topic?
Yeah.
This item is on the approval of budget,
and the budget the interim report. It is only on that.
Right, yeah, it's not public comment time. It's specifically on 10.2. Just want to remind everyone. It's on acceptance of the 2020-2021 second interim financial report.
We have one hand currently raised, so Matthew Hoffman, we're gonna promote you so you can unmute your microphone, share your video if you so desire. You have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Please state your full name for the record.
Hello, my name is Matthew Hoffman. I wanted to just, well, thank you for the presentation on the financials. It was very well presented and laid out in a way that's easy to understand. What would be interesting was be laying this out next to the data as it was presented in December for the original report before the additional money was put in there. We could see that we were looking at, I believe it was something like a $19 million deficit for 2022. And then just looking at the sheet right now, we're looking at $1 million deficit this year, or however much it was, and then an additional $9 million worth of deficit in 2022, looking at $17 million worth of debt over the coming 3 years. This isn't a public company. You know, this isn't like Tesla or Amazon that can just run at a deficit year over year over year. There, at some point, needs to be the discussion about how to remedy that, and it either needs to come from revenue or it needs to come from the expenditures. You either need to make cuts or you either need to get more money. And you guys aren't really in a position to get more money unless you start putting out bonds. And so that discussion needs to start happening now, or you need to start figuring out what's going to be cut now, because when the time comes where the Sacramento takes that money away and pulls that rug out from under you, how are we going to pivot in that situation? So we should be proactive and come up with those ways of getting that additional revenue or finding the places to cut expenditures now before we run into trouble later. Thank you.
There are no further public comments.
Susanna, just to move the meeting along, may I go ahead and make a motion?
Yes, thank you.
The second interim report as presented.
Second.
Aye.
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 Aye. Great. Okay, 10.3, consideration of acceptance of the 2020 Parcel Tax Oversight Committee reports. Greg again.
Thank you, President Ordway. I believe that we have 2 of our Parcel Tax Oversight Committee members, possibly 1. I see Scott there, so even better, perfect. Hi, Scott. Scott is going to present the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee's annual report. Before Scott starts, I just wanted to share my appreciation to the committee. They do a ton of great work. We have a really great amount of conversation across multiple meetings all year, and just a very diligent group of community members and really great people to be around. So thank you for letting me be the staff member that reports to you guys.
Thank you, Greg. I appreciate it. If we could move along to the second slide here. So first, I do want to say thank you to the school board for letting me try to give a little back in appreciation for all the hard work that goes into educating my own children. And Greg did have those nice words to say at the beginning. I would also like to say thank you to him. He has been critical in helping the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee understand the actions and uses of the parcel tax. Greg has been available for questions for me personally at all hours, and I appreciate that. I'd also like to thank Mark Jewett, who's no longer on the board, but was instrumental in getting us PTOC members up to speed on the history and purpose of the parcel tax. And then last but not least, my fellow Parcel Tax Oversight Committee members for taking the time to perform this important function. So thank you. Moving on to the next slide. Actually, I'm going to apologize in advance. I'm going to go through relatively quickly, given the full agenda that we've already gone through, and I think that is still left. And I'll pause at the end for any questions. And as a result, I'm going to ask that we skip the next 3 slides, which are about the background of the parcel tax. I think the slides are saved and will be available for public consumption for the background item. If we could jump ahead perhaps to slide 6. I think one more slide. I'm sorry, can we go back 1 slide from there? And one more slide. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I think we're gonna go back 1 more. Maybe I'm making this longer than what it needed to be. So here, yeah, the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee responsibility. So as written in Measure A, the parcel tax cannot be used for administrative costs and can only be used for core academic programs such as reading, writing, or if you're as old as me, the 3 Rs, AP programs and core spending. And as a PTOC member, it was our job to review and ensure the funds were spent in accordance with those guidelines that I just described. So maybe we can move on to the next slide. So we were presented with the 2019 to 2020 results and the spending related to the parcel tax. As documented through the school's district's audited financial results coming from its ERP or accounting system. Next slide, please. We reviewed the spending. We observed the notice from the county identifying the funding that had been received in support of the parcel tax. Then in turn, we reconciled that spending to the school district records and the accounting system that I just referenced. Next slide, please. So here, the main thing I want to point out on here is that bottom line item. The parcel tax funded 2.8%, which doesn't sound like a lot, but as we'll see on the next slide, it accounted for 61 schoolroom teachers. So it's not, while it may look as small as a percent, it is a large and important piece. And so this is I'm sorry, I'm gonna go back 1 slide real quick. There we go. So this is just a outline of where the money was spent by salary to come up with that 58 FTE classroom teachers that were provided. Next slide, please. So in summary, based on the information provided to us, the PTOC submits and concludes for the board that we believe that the parcel tax funds were spent within the guidance of Measure A and the parcel tax. And with that, I'll pause for any questions.
Any board member have any questions for Scott?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment.
Sure.
Scott, thank you for the report. The committee has been an ongoing contributing body to our work, and we appreciate the thoroughness and the dedication that the committee brings to the district each year. The idea of having a citizens oversight committee for parcel taxes is not a requirement, but it is something that our district has had since our first one. And it's been an excellent way, I think, to onboard community members into seeing how the district operates and to give them a really good education about how school district funding works. So I really want to salute the members of the committee for the time they put in their service.
If I could just add to that, Scott, I see that you, Scott Roberts, and Sujata Milik are finishing up your current terms on this committee. So particularly want to thank you, but all members of the committee for the work that you've done to clarify the use of these funds for the community and for the board.
Having spent 3 years as chair of this committee, I want to thank you for your work, and Mr. Medici also, because I know how much goes into this. I see you're still using the template that that we set up, and you've improved it greatly. So thank you for that. Can you speak to, I see the number of FTEs now at 59.58. In the few years since I've been on the PTOC, from my memory, the amount of FTEs that the fund normally pays for or paid for during that period of time, 2 or 3 years ago, was much higher than that. So it kind of speaks to how much we're being able to buy with those same dollars, because the amount that comes in from the parcel tax from the county, that number stays pretty flat. Sometimes it goes down a little bit. So can you speak to that?
You said it just about as well as I could have. It has been the funding from the parcel tax has been relatively flat, and the number of FTEs that it supports generally has trended down for those exact reasons you described, which is the purchasing power of the parcel tax has diminished over time, given it stayed flat and underlying costs have gone up. In some years, you've seen some fluctuations there just because of the components of who is actually being funded and sort of the tenure of the folks that are involved. But you're right, generally it has declined. I don't know, Greg, do you want to add anything to that?
Exactly. You both summarized it very well. There was a very early reference in one of the first parks reports to actually as many as 98 FTE. It was part of some of the early kind of major calculations that the group used to go through. But it was on or about 6 years ago or so that the oversight committee transitioned into a kind of a recommendation where the board, with the board support, the accounting system of the school district actually kind of hard codes people into every penny of the parcel tax. So that's how we can arrive at an exact amount of FTE that we have for the past many years.
I also want to thank you to the PTOC and then to the board, and then also with 3 board members terms being up, maybe we could take this opportunity to just let the public know how they could go about becoming a member of the PTOC.
Absolutely. The business office will work with the communications department in the coming months in preparation for the fall to recruit. But absolutely, anytime, if anyone who has an interest, please reach out to me or any member of the office, and we'll make sure to direct you to an application on our website, and then go from there. We'd love to consider anyone who'd like to join.
And if you don't mind, I'll just quickly chime in. I signed up 3 years ago to do it, not really knowing what I was getting into, and you can't get it's not that big of a time sink for folks. Some people may be overly concerned with what it is that they're getting into. The school does a great job educating, getting the parcel tax members up to speed. You meet 2 to 3 times a year and review what I just reviewed with it. It's not a terribly onerous commitment, and it's quite enjoyable.
Great. Yeah, I want to add my thank you to you, Scott, and the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee for helping our board ensure that taxpayers' money is being used responsibly and as our community intended. So is there any public comment at this time? No public comment? Okay, then may I have a motion to
Make a motion to accept the 2020 Parcel Tax Oversight Committee report as submitted.
I'll second.
Aye.
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 Aye. Great, thanks again, Scott. Okay, it's 10.4, consideration of approval of the San Ramon Valley Unified School District strategic planning process and on stakeholder engagement. and Terry Caney. Terry.
Hi, good evening. President Ordway, board members, it is wonderful to see you all again. My name is Terry Caney. I'm very excited to be back in the district that I love, that I call home, working with your small but mighty district communications team. And I want to start by acknowledging Nicholas, the student reporter from Cal High who spoke during public comment, and say that while we can't respond directly, if I were to respond to Nicholas, what I would say is that we're working on new and more streamlined processes for responding to emails. And if I were to respond to Nicholas, I would encourage him to send an email to communications@srvusd.net. So anyway, one of the things that our team is working on, along with the amazing Ed Services team, is this new and ambitious, but very doable, we think, strategic planning process. Staff heard loud and clear that you as a board want to hear from our community, from students and staff to families and the community at large, and for them to have opportunities to provide meaningful input into the process and what will ultimately become the strategic priorities of the district. We also heard about the importance of including the soft voices in our community, and therefore it really is our intention to cast as wide a net as possible. And now keep in mind that in order for us to have this in place by June, it will be challenging, but we believe that having the beginning of a process that will allow for a wide net to be cast and to engage our community with integrity, that's really our intention. So the proposed plan that's before you, I don't have any slides. It's rather high level. You'll see it in your board item. I'll just spend a minute or so going over it, and then after which we welcome your feedback. And let me just start with just a few guiding principles. Number one, we want to make sure that everyone in our community has the opportunity, or actually multiple opportunities, to offer input into this process. This is not a check the box kind of requirement. I mean, really, truly, our desire is for members of our education community to inform this plan. We'll try to take advantage of as many outreach strategies and channels as possible to make sure that that happens. And then lastly, with all of our communications, and what we try to do is employ an inside out approach. In other words, we don't want you, the board members, Superintendent Malloy, our teachers, our classified staff, to hear about any kind of major milestones in the newspaper, right? So we really attempt to use an inside out approach. The other takeaways we heard from you is not only do we want to involve stakeholders in informing our three areas that you've already talked about: equity and equitable access for all students, deep learning and innovation, and then social emotional wellness. But we also want to use this as an opportunity to gather input around how we should be addressing reopening schools in the fall. So we'll be very purposeful about that. So the proposed plan that's before you, it's not exhaustive, as on some level we'll be kind of building the plane as we fly, but it should give you an idea of the timeline that we've set for ourselves. We'll need to get through the engagement phase by May so that we can, quickly kind of pivot into development. And then it gives you hopefully a sense of the stakeholder groups, as well as some of the delivery channels in place that we want to use to collect feedback. So our next steps involve putting together a standard presentation, and that'll include an introductory video, but that presentation will need to be adapted for the various audiences that we'll be in front of. So for example, with our certificated staff, we may have guide questions relating to all three of the areas: equity, deep learning, and social emotional. But when presenting to an organization like Discovery Counseling Center, for example, we may want a stronger focus on the social emotional piece, because that is really their wheelhouse, right? So, and we'll also start looking at how the feedback will be collected and synthesized, and what kind of tools that we'll need to have in place in order to collect those and make sure that that process goes smoothly as well. So Ed Services will be handling most of the internal engagement, and our comms team, our communications team, will be looking at engaging the external stakeholders. So Christine Huardo is also there at the dais with you. So between the two of us, we're happy to answer any questions, welcome any feedback, and we submit this plan for your consideration.
Great, thank you. Oh, need to extend that time first, Terry. So I'm going to get back to you, but can I have a motion to extend our time to 11?
Second.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. What was I going to say? Oh, so I know, Terry, I have a question. I know, Terry, you're all like building this plane, right? As you fly it, but do you have any ideas right now on like how are you going to be engaging maybe some of the, like you said, softer voices of parents, of students who we don't usually hear from, but might be interested?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think that probably will be one of the bigger challenges. I think the more, the broader the outreach, the better. The more opportunities that we can have for people in general to participate, whether it's in some sort of a public forum fashion, or whether it's just submitting comments via email or some other way in which people can provide us with their feedback without having to necessarily, show up in public. We want to provide those opportunities. So really, we're looking at a comprehensive approach. It's kind of like, watering your front lawn, right? If one of the sprinklers goes out, one of the patches is going to get brown. So we want to make sure that all the sprinklers are working, we're out and as visible as possible to as many segments of the community as possible.
Great, thank you.
Can I just add to that too? I would like to see, and you guys perhaps are already on top of this, but to see a strategy around reaching out to specific groups. So I think at times, yes, we need to have multiple touch points. We need to, be able to have many places for them to come. But I think we're also going to need to have to go to them. So, perhaps building a list of looking at our diverse community, building a list, and then making sure that we have those voices that experience, whether it's from a racial group or, a special needs specific area or whatever, to really make sure that we're kind of being strategic about getting to those voices and going to them too, instead of just waiting for them to find the information and come to us.
And I think we have some precedents there because we've done very similar activities when we've done a superintendent search, looking for whether you're looking for a new superintendent. We do things like this every year with when we roll the LCAP out. So a lot of that structure already exists, but I think then being very thoughtful about who else do we bring into, because this is a much broader look.
And if I could
Christine,
just,
go ahead, John.
if I could just add to that, one of the commitments is that we're not just waiting for people to come to us. So strategy around leaders in various communities that will help us. And we might even be an observer while they facilitate the couple of questions we are looking at, as one example. Or ensuring that when we are hearing from all kinds of people who will choose to use survey instruments and such, that we actually take stock and name where there might be gaps, and then figure out using existing structures or historical structures how to do that. But the notion of not just accepting, though we will, those who come to us, but going out and figuring out strategically, intentionally how to do that, that's part of what we're talking about.
Right. Question I was going to follow up with was under the group called Our Families, we have, the normal participants who are,
really go-to groups related to parents, the San Ramon Valley Council of PTAs, Foundation, and school site funds, and then families in general. But the one that I had a question about was committee leaders. Were we thinking PTA committees? Were we thinking district committees? I'm just wondering what you were thinking of when you said committees.
I think we're thinking of all those, exactly. And then from the school site levels, looking at curricular leaders, department chairs, grade level chairs, looking at classified people ranging from food nutrition to instructional paras, really, as we kind of spoke to with regard to the community stakeholders, the same with certificated and classified staff as well, and reaching out to those individual groups.
One of the things that I'd be interested in making sure that we're doing is that there's a certain amount of open-ended opportunities for providing input. We've gotten some criticism in the past from surveys and how surveys might be written in such a way that it doesn't provide for folks to provide the kind of feedback and input that they might if they had more flexibility. And I know it's tough, and I know we've got a really tough timeline, but to the extent to which we can really open up for folks to really give us their input in their way would be appreciated by me. One thing I would add, Terry, good to see you up there. If you're familiar with Room Raider, you're right up there with that rolling top desk that's in the background there. Just a comment.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate that. And just so you know, to speak to Trustee Bratt's comment, we've already started to do some direct outreach and had conversations with both chambers of commerce already. We'll be looking at trying to tap into service clubs as well as faith leaders in the community, and could not agree with you more that we need to absolutely develop a we go to you kind of approach.
Thank you. I had a couple other little notes, just kind of feedback. So with the stakeholder group, I'd like to see when you say elementary, middle, and high, I'd also like adult transition. I think that those students, you know, they've been through they've run the gamut, right? And then, let's see, I have another note. Counselors, I'm sure that that's listed too, which I'm sure that's part of on your radar, but just making sure that that's listed. So, and then my last little note is, again, when you talk about casting a wide net, that's really important, but also cast a targeted net. And that's kind of what we talked about before too. So.
Yeah, looks like you had a big job ahead of you, Terry, and our communications group. Is there any public comment? Oh, Laura.
I had one more thing. Also to include alumni in some way. I think that we have a lot of alumni that have strong opinions and have experienced the school district and come out of it with a specific lens. So adding that to the list.
No, that's the point, because I think we have a lot of alumni still around in this valley. So yes, do we have public comments?
Yes, we have two comments. Anybody else wishes to comment on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. So William Dong, we are promoting you, so you may share your thoughts and your video. If you so are, please, you have 3 minutes to speak on this item.
All right. Hi, Board of Education. I'm William, and I want to speak about the strategic plan workshop. I know that Terry, and I know that Terry Coney talked about reopening schools in the fall in the strategic plan. I don't really know quite what it was about, but I just want to continue my advocacy with the strategic plan. When I read it in the on the district website, I saw it had a lot to do with reopening schools safely, and so that's why I'm here again in the evening, getting ready to go to bed to advocate about reopening schools. So I did see your post that schools should open next Wednesday, 17th, if Contra Costa County reaches the red tier. I need you to promise us and be honest that you will reopen schools next Wednesday. we need to get our middle school and high school students back to school. It's mandatory. And after spring break, on April 12th, my goal with the strategic plan is for that timeline on April 12th to have state approval from the state of California to allow students to be social distanced and for schools to reopen 5 days a week pre-pandemic after spring break. That's why I'm requesting. And I need the county health officials to promise that we can get to right here next Tuesday. Also, I have been advocating to reschedule our senior events as the class of 2020 alumni class. I've emailed John Campopiano and Tammy Caslasio about that, and they are in the process of getting back to me about this. I have sent an email about how Board last year promised us that all of our senior events and senior class trips will be rescheduled as soon as the county and state allows those types of gatherings to occur. So I'm requesting from the graduation promotion, and so I'm requesting from the graduation promotion team that our Grad Night Disneyland trip and our in-person graduation ceremony both get rescheduled at a later date. It is mandatory that it occurs. It's mandatory that it occurs, and we've worked so hard for this, and we deserve the same experience as all past graduating classes. I cannot emphasize it more. I need you to help us help the class of 2020 at DVHS and throughout the district sponsor a non-school sponsored senior Grad Night Disneyland trip as soon as Disneyland reopens, and contact all the DVHS alumni class of 2020 seniors about this. Just like you want to include alumni in the strategic plan. Same thing, I also want you guys to contact the DVHS alumni class of 2020 to tell them that we need to get our in-person graduation ceremony rescheduled, where we all go on stage and shake the principal's hand and get our diploma. That's all I have for now, and thank you very much, and have a wonderful day, and please reopen schools next Wednesday, March 17th, as you promised.
Next, we have call-in user number 4. We will promote you so you can unmute your microphone and share your video if you so desire. You have 3 minutes to speak on this topic. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I don't understand why one of the trustees that just last spoke, I think it's Trustee Laura, would prefer an alumni student member than a incumbent student. I think that every student should have a chance to have their opportunity while they're in school. So I don't understand where she's going with this. Maybe you guys have someone already in mind and you're trying to manipulate someone that you prefer to be on the board. I find this trustee board untrustworthy. Whenever they make suggestions, I don't think that they have the public's interest in mind. They have their own agenda in mind. Thank you.
We have no further public comment on this item.
Thank you. Nothing else? May I have a motion to approve the strategic planning process for stakeholder engagement?
I'll move approval of the strategic planning process for stakeholder engagement.
Second.
Go ahead. I'll second. Aye.
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 Aye. Great. It's great to see you, Terry. And yeah, looking forward to this next steps and how you're going to be engaging our all of our stakeholders. Okay, 10.5, consider of approval of the student board member selection process. And our executive director, John Campopiano, will present.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Dr. Malloy. And this aligns with what we just discussed, an opportunity for students to share their voice. So tonight I'm going to briefly describe student board member and student senate. Next slide, please. Thank you. SRVUSD board bylaw 9150 states, in order to provide student input involvement, the board shall include one student board member selected in accordance with procedures approved by the board. It goes on to state in our bylaw that we believe in the power of student voice, and it is important to seek out and consider students' ideas, viewpoints, and reactions. Next slide, please. Legal requirements per ed code. A student must be enrolled in a high school in our district, maybe less than 18, and must be voted on students of the high schools of the district in accordance with procedures prescribed by the governing board. And we'll discuss some options in that area. I have some research from other school districts that have gone with different strategies, but the rights, it's important that these rights are spelled out. The student trustee attends all meetings except for closed sessions, receives all materials distributed to board members. They can be assigned to subcommittees as other board members are, and they serve for a term of 1 year. Next slide, please. With the goal being to represent all students equally. They will prepare for meetings, read all appropriate documentation, vote on open session action items with a preferential vote, which allows for the vote to be cast by the student prior to the open vote of the trustees, recorded in the minutes. But the preferential vote does not serve in determining the final numerical outcome of any vote. And additionally, legal responsibilities, execute official Board of Education ceremonial duties, attend events, meetings, etc., as allowed. Next slide, please. Our recommended criteria. This is established by the governing board, but our recommended criteria is 11th and 12th graders for who is eligible to apply, a minimum of 2.5 grade point average, evidence of community involvement, communicative skills, and the ability to commit to the responsibilities of this position. Next slide, please. Our proposed timeline, and in the question fours or after this, I can discuss some of the options, but the idea would be that we would have an application period commencing as early as this week and keep that open till mid-April, begin the interview of the candidates April through May 11th, and then identify a candidate by May 18th to begin for next school year, where the trustee would sit on the board with the beginning of their term, July 1. Next slide. The selection committee, if we proceed with this proposal, will include Dr. Malloy, Board President Susanna Ordway, Executive Director of Secondary Education, me, a high school principal, and 2 or more high school students based on that. So we could have a diverse group of committee members to look at our applicants and determine who would be the candidate. Next slide, please. And so I wanted to stop here, clarifying information, thoughts on selection criteria, selection committee, directions on next step. I can go into details, but I want to on other districts, I want to pause and just get some initial first reactions or questions to check for understanding if I can fill in any gaps. So I'll pause here.
Yeah, that selection process that you just, the slide that you just showed us, that's for the student board member, right? Not for student senate.
Correct. That's for a student board member, Trustee Ordway, correct.
So, John, I have one thought here. I mean, ultimately, I think that the student representative should be elected by the students.
Uh-huh.
That you have proposed here for the first year so that you can get it up and started. But, and maybe I should wait until after you talk about the student senate, but I could kind of see in the future, the student senate maybe voting on a pool that has been vetted, or something like candidates that have been vetted, but the idea of the students actually having a place in choosing.
I appreciate that, Trustee Hurd. And 2 examples, San Diego Unified, Berkeley Unified had a process where students campaigned and there was district-wide vote and the position was seated. Mount Diablo, earlier this year, they did a similar campaign, but then they had students vote down to 2 or 3 candidates, and the governing board itself selected. So we are allowed, you are allowed to determine how we're going to select the person. With the timeline we're in now, That's why we pose the recommendation timeline where we'd accept applications based on 3 to 4 essay questions and a recommendation, and then do the interview process. But again, the steps on how we do will come from you.
And I would clarify that I think for the first year, I really like your, I just think I would like to keep it open that
Right.
going forward, once we've built this concept of a student senate, which I really like, that you just have this, emerging body of student leadership that was beyond what we normally think of as high school.
Thank you. And when the trustees would like, I can pop to the student senate and just briefly explain what's happening with that, and then we can go back and forth. So if there's no other on this, could the next slide be advanced, please?
John, just one thing first on the selection of a student board member. We've had student representatives for years. And one of the issues that I think we've had is that it's been a role that's really just providing us with input about what's been going on at their school sites. It's really been one-way communication. I think it's going to be really important for this position to be successful, that there's a recognition by those who would apply and then get accepted that they really are taking responsibility to prepare for and attend the meetings and participate. We've been in the practice for way too long of every time after we've heard from one of our student representatives to tell them, well, we know you've got homework and other things to do, so if you don't want to stay, go ahead and leave, and they don't leave. I think I can remember maybe 1 or 2 that stayed for longer than, for most of the meeting. It's going to be imperative that they really are prepared to sit with this body on a regular basis. And I think that has to come out really clear. Is different than the role that we've had in the past.
Trustee Mintz, I cannot agree more. And I think the information I'll share on the Student Senate will be very pleasing in terms of some of the student-driven ideas. And I think Dr. Malloy, with all of the ways he's reaching out and asking his team and all of us to reach out, we have a great example of what's heard student-led. And I believe that the trustee needs to do exactly what you described: be invested, cast preferential votes, go to the Student Senate twice a month, and I'll outline some of that. I agree, for this to be a valuable position, students feel their voices and reactions are being heard. I think that's the commitment that's required.
And if I can add, we also need to provide mentorship, both from you and from our team. Because one of the things I've learned, always having had a student trustee in every district I've worked, is it's about the Senate who provides a base. As long as the Senate, and John's going to talk about this in a minute, really connects in an effective way with students, not just those we oftentimes hear from. We've had that conversation before. And because this is a very unique role and a very unique leadership opportunity, it's also about being willing to be mentored and supported. So when we engage in the process, that's going to also be part of what we're going to be looking for. Someone who has a lot to offer, but also is also willing to learn. So that's just an added piece. I'm sorry, John, back to you.
I agree. Thank you, Dr. Malloy. Any other comments before we go to the next slide? Okay, thank you. Student Senate, this is one of the best things. And, congratulations to our teachers of the year and people that are still there. And our students, we are so blessed in our district. We have a 10th grader named Risha Jain, who reached out to our coordinator of equity, Ashley Gutierrez, and proposed an idea of Student Senate. And the concept being that the Student Senate would have 2 to 3 representatives per school. This student would allow for the student trustee, if we move in that direction, would be required to attend all of these meetings. And these meetings would meet prior, the Student Senate will meet prior to board meetings to review the board agenda, provide feedback and suggestions to the student trustee. So the student trustee would serve as this liaison, but they would meet before each board meeting to discuss. And we currently have a pilot of this occurring because this is informal right now, But Ms. Jane has, through principal support, we have 1 to 2 members per secondary school that are meeting via Zoom with support from one of our assistant principals at Monte Vista, Ms. Gemmo, to review the agenda, provide feedback, to practice this process. And then once we go through the process of electing a trustee, this will be formalized beginning next year. It's one of the most exciting things I've seen because we had instant student interest. And again, back to a comment from earlier, I think it was Trustee Bratt, we do have to make sure that all students feel they can participate in the Student Senate. And that's going to be important, that we don't just get, we have to really reach out. And I heard that in our previous presentation. So the Student Senate would go with our student trustee. We are running it now informally, but as soon as we make a decision on who the board trustee would be, that person would attend all of these Student Senate meetings. So it's fantastic. It's exciting. It's ready to move forward. And I just wanted to share that, and I'll pause and take any questions, comments, concerns.
I am so excited about this whole program. This is something that I've wanted to see for a long time, and it was a big part of my campaign when I took this seat. And I got in from many students who emailed me asking for a voice on the board. So I think it's a perfect marriage between having a representative on the board and having a student senate that supports that person, that gives input to that person about the issues that are affecting students. I'm a little bit curious about what questions that you would put in the interview process, since you're talking about starting this, because we're trying to meet this timeline, which I appreciate, starting this process right away in order to be able to sort of ferret out what are you going to be asking them so that you can find out if maybe that person is up for this kind of a position, because it is a big commitment. But I have no doubt, based on the students that I see in this district and the input that I've gotten, that there's students who will jump at the chance and be very accomplished at it.
Thank you, Trustee Clark, and we're excited. We have started to draft those questions, and I'm happy to bring those back or to share. But another thing that we have done based on the recommendation, it was a great idea by Dr. Malloy, we've reached out to Zaid Fatah, who is our board representative at the state level. And we have seen what the state has asked, and we've taken some of those questions to try to get to the point to match my goal is to have it match our district priorities. So we're asking questions about student wellness, about deep learning and innovation, around equity. So the questions would be able to show the student interest in those areas. So we've started to draft questions. We just didn't want to move forward with that before, but we do have some in the draft format that I can pass on after this meeting.
With 4 different high schools, will we want to set up some type of plan to create I don't know what, but to make sure that every high school feels like they have either an opportunity or they have a assigned year, or I don't know what that looks like, but how do we kind of make sure that we're reaching to all 4 high schools?
My hope is that the Student Senate will allow that, because we immediately had the Student Senate representatives were volunteering from each of our secondary schools. So I'm hoping that will be one of the areas that we're showing that this is available for all schools. But I do think if you decide as a governing board to have it be a district-wide election either this year or next year, that it may not happen that they're spread equally, but we know that Student Senate will guarantee voices from each school. So I feel comfortable with that.
That makes sense. Are you envisioning that the trustee would come from the Senate, or it would be a separate type of?
Some of the models that we've worked on would be the trustee would be the chairperson of the Student Senate, would help set the agenda for those meetings. But we haven't landed on that because of the time we're starting this now, where we have a current group working led by Risha Jain, the sophomore at Monte Vista. But that is the end goal, where the trustee would be the chairperson of this student Senate, and that would set the agenda prior to the meeting, get the feedback, et cetera. So we have seen that work in other districts. And I know Dr. Moy has a lot of experience he'll share with us about his success in this in other districts, but that's how we envision it evolving.
And I think to connect back to what Trustee Hurd, you said, we get up and running and then we can expand. So for example, I've experienced the Senate as being an exceptional leadership development opportunity that leads to a trustee who already has had some significant experience. Right now, we're not in a position to be able to do that, even though we've got amazing kids who, as John has suggested, have showed leadership from our schools. But I think we get started and then we figure out the next best step. And I would say one model that I have seen work very effectively is the one where the Senate becomes a bit of the development phase. But what we have to really work on, I'm just going to put it out there, is that our Senate, we actually have to provide support so that they learn the skills of engaging those who wouldn't necessarily want to engage with the Senate. And that again is no different than what we talked about with Terry Caney related to our strategic work. So that's going to be a significant commitment that we need to ensure is part of that student Senate process. So just a few initial thoughts.
And I couldn't agree, Dr. Moy, and just to add a comment to that, our student advisory groups that two of our trustees you have attended, and some of you will be doing the first ones this year, are incredible. But after those, we always want to make sure, were these the voices that we needed to hear? What other voices can we hear? So I absolutely agree. Other questions, comments about Senate or the student trustee that I can help answer?
Yeah, actually, I'm not clear. So, you presented the process for a student trustee. How are student Senate representatives?
This year, Trustee Ordway, President Ordway, Risha Jain, along with Ed Services, presented to our principals in a principal meeting as secondary principals. And we asked the principals to identify students to join Student Senate. We are anticipating starting next year, we will have student elections on the sites for the Student Senate. But we felt this year, this would be a nice way to start the process and have students in a Senate to pilot it. But we are anticipating elections in future years.
I see. Okay, so it's basically the same process for both the Senate and the student trustee right now.
Correct.
We
Yes.
start. Yeah.
Right. And again, there will be things that we evolve, but that's how we're anticipating. And we've gotten good student feedback. One of the things the Student Senate is saying, can we stay on for next year and different? So we're working that, but the plan long-term is there would be elections for the Student Senate. So it's not just the principal making a decision on who these senators would be.
Right.
I really like this idea. Thank you, John and John for finally moving it forward. Trustee Mintz and I have had many conversations over the years about really wanting to put more impact into our student voice in this room. It's always been great to have kids in the room and telling us about things they're excited about on their campus, but it always has just felt like it's a huge missed opportunity when they would just leave as soon as they reported. So total green light, love this idea. And John, really appreciate how much thought you've put into the ideas about mentoring. And this is really an opportunity to teach.
Just a couple of quick points. One is, Dr. Moore, you mentioned support, and I'm just wondering what that looks like from a staff perspective. Is it on each of the 4 high schools? Is it through the district office? Just a sense.
So thank you for the question, Trustee Mintz. So I see a couple of things. I think that in my experience, it would be helpful that one of you is willing to be a mentor at the table, that someone from the district office like John takes oversight. John, I guess you kind of assume that. It's got a duty as assigned in a public space. And then we would really appreciate having support at each of the high schools for what needs to go on there. So I kind of see it as adults in the high school, adult at the district level, one of you, and it kind of all works in tandem so that we get this whole leadership development culture enhanced. I don't want to say start because it's already going on in so many ways, but it just takes it to a new level. So that's kind of how we envision the support throughout.
Sounds good. My one other quick point, and it was when I was reading through the presentation, the opportunity for the Senate, just like you're saying they do now in terms of meet by Zoom, might be something to consider going forward as well, even as we get more in person, just to allow those students to be able to make the kind of timelines and connections that we would hope they'd be able to make on an ongoing basis.
And Trustee Mintz, that is something that has come up, that the Zoom has helped, especially our middle school students, right? And being able to hop on and made it easier for everyone. So we do envision that could be a successful way to run those meetings twice a month.
Yeah, no, I really like the idea of the Senate because, you know, in the beginning, I was like, okay, a student board member, but we have 4 different high schools. Like, how is that going to be, right? How do we choose who, or who's going to be elected? The Senate, that makes sense. So that then all 4 high school and their different issues and topics and what students need, right, can be addressed, and they can bring it to the student member who actually gets to represent the whole of the student body here with us. So that's right. And I think that with the, you know, because this is more of a, we're looking at the process, the structure, and there's a clear selection process, but not only the selection, but expectations and the responsibilities, right, for both the student board member and the student senates. I think that, yeah, this will be able to help us have a stronger student representation on our board than, you know, what we've had before, what we've tried. So, no, it's great.
President Ordway, I apologize if I did not mention, but we do anticipate that the Student Senate will have middle school representatives as well. But the trustee, our recommendation is that they would be an 11th or 12th grader.
Gotcha. No, that's even better. Okay, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we currently have 3 requests for comments on this item. William Dong, we will promote you. You have 3 minutes to speak on this topic. Please state your full name for the record and share your video if you so desire.
Hey, board members, this is William again. I just want to speak about this, and it's all connected about students being elected as board members to speak on a committee. I wish, even though I'm a freshman in college, I really wish that when I was a student, when I was in high school, we had this opportunity to be a board member, because I love advocating for community and I love helping the community. And as a DVC student and a community college student, as a first-year community college student, we have a student senate committee that that any student can be involved in. So I'm so excited that the SRVUSD is promoting student senate from even middle school, but preferably 11th and 12th grade students. I'm really hoping that some of my friends can get this opportunity next year that will be in 11th or 12th grade, mainly 12th grade. I know rising seniors next year, and I just can't believe you coming up with this plan. I am also excited to maybe run one day to be a board president so I can help serve my community. And I know that everyone has been very frustrated with like senior events, as I was talking about reopening schools and what the board has done, wanting to recall boards. So I think if we have students speak up, and if students can even make executive decisions about what should be implemented, like me as an alumni student, you discuss if alumni students can be part of Student Senate who used to be SRVUSD students. I will be very interested to be a part of that, because I think we've lost out on so much. And I think that if we as students can make executive decisions, that would be excellent. Then we get some power as citizens in the US. So really want you to consider that, and maybe consider also having student senate committee members who are SRVUSD alumni students. Also, I know it's a difficult time. Again, please want you guys, and I'm asking politely and requesting politely that students are really failing their classes, and I need you guys to reopen schools next Wednesday and full time, 5 days a week, right after spring break on April 12th. And if that doesn't work, then please suspend summer break and extend the last day of school to July 23rd or July 30th to end of July. Again, I respectfully want to remind John Campapiano and Cameron Castilcio to get back to us, to our senior class of 2020, as we are requesting that our Disneyland trip and our in-person graduation ceremony both get rescheduled when the county and state allow us to do so. Thank you very much and have a great day. Bye, guys.
Next is call-in user number 4. We're going to promote you so you can unmute your microphone, share your video if you so desire. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak on this topic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I really think that we are a democratic country. We're in a democratic society. The representative needs to be able to reflect the body that the representative represents. So if the person is already an alumni, he or she really doesn't have direct vested interest. So I really feel that these positions should be reserved for the student bodies, and that the teachers, principals, and the board members have no right to appoint or to choose these representatives, because then they will be representing your point of view and not their point of view. So if you just want students to become your puppets, to manipulate them for your agenda, then please don't do this, because these students, they have a lot of homework and they have a college and a future to look forward to. Please do not waste their time. But if you're truly interested in their point of view, then you would allow their peers to elect them. Then they will truly represent their point of view, and then they won't become your puppets. So as a parent, I strongly insist that these representatives, if they were going to represent my children, that they will be elected by their peers, not by you, the trustee, nor picked by their teachers, because we know Serbia already has a lot of representation. I want the students to be truly honest about their opinions and not manipulated by the teachers or the president of the union. So please keep those in mind. And let's not operate like a communist Chinese party where the elites pick who they want to participate. Also, these minors' video and voice should not become public. You need to protect them, because we don't know which communist people are listening from China, and someday you might jeopardize their safety, physical safety, and their future, because you have compromised them when they were young. Thank you.
We have one more person with their hand raised, Nicholas Harvey. We're going to promote you so you can share your, unmute your microphone and share your video if you so desire. You have 3 minutes to speak on this item.
Hello, board. I'm just wanting to say that I strongly support the effort to create a student trustee on the board. It's great to see that the board is listening to students and actively desires greater student voice. And I'm a member of the SRVUSD Student Senate, and it's great to be involved and see that the district is interested in listening to students. And I just wanted to say that I encourage the board to make the position for the student board trustee elected even the first year. Obviously, of course, there is some benefit to having the trustee be appointed, even if the first time. There is an institutional knowledge that can be learned from, being in the Senate or going through an application process. But and of course, there's a costs, however mild they may be, with running a election in all of the 4 high schools. But we have elections not because they're easy, but because it's the right thing to do and because we want to hear the voices of students. And I think that the best way to have students' voices be heard is to allow the 29,000 some odd students to vote on who their student trustee should be, instead of having 10 or so pick them in an application process. And again, I look forward to seeing what the district has in store for student voice. And I want to wish you all a great evening.
We have no further public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. So, John, what would it be, how viable is it to do maybe not the Senate, but a student election for the student board member? I mean, is it going to be very, very difficult with the timeline that we're looking at, or is that a possibility?
Thank you. Great question. It's definitely a possibility, and it's definitely the governing board and can make that decision. And if that is the decision, we absolutely can execute that and we'll make that happen. So it is open, and it is really at the pleasure of the board which route we take, as we are allowed under the discretion to decide how we're doing this. And so we as an ed service will execute however is determined.
Thank you.
I would think maybe we can, for this first year, maybe we could find like a hybrid model, right? Where we have students submit applications, go through I guess a vetting, come down to maybe 5 or whatever student, however many students, and then put those students out to the student body to vote on, so that then, you know, because we don't have the student senate set up, we don't really have the infrastructure to be able to ensure that the students really know what they're getting into and that kind of thing. And so it just kind of gives it a little bit more framework.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a good idea, only because, again, some students might see this as a, great opportunity, and it is, but yes, we need to let them know what the commitment is, so that they don't, they don't get into something that they didn't expect.
No, I can appreciate that. At the same time, I'd like to see us get some structure in place with qualifications first. My one fear would be, and I'll just say it's not really fair for me to say this, but you've got 4 high schools, and the chances that someone's going to pick someone from another high school on a vote before looking at the full qualifications and what this position is, I'd almost like to see us get it in place first, so that it really can be an elected position that makes sense. Because we may even get some pushback about, well, why aren't we doing district areas and have 4 school board representatives? I don't want to see us get into something like that, but I also wouldn't want to see one of our larger high schools choose over the other high schools because their student is the one that's up and they've got the most votes, for instance. So just something to think about in terms of setting up a process for this initial year, and then see what we can do to progress into something that really does hear from the student voice.
One thing that I've learned that had some great merit in trying to get to a hybrid, but it was a more permanent hybrid as opposed to a temporary one, because to Trustee Mint's point, you can get into some pretty challenging dynamics. But when you look at, in terms of who gets chosen based upon who knows whom and how large the school is and all the rest, and again, this is something that's been tested, but if the student senate process, which is our plan, is truly an elected process, so that whoever is there is really that who the school sends, the students at the school sends, and then they become this body, we find that then when the Senate does its work effectively, they're not just serving their own school, they're serving the district. So they're in each other's schools then. They are not just staying own, because once, in my experience, they come to the Senate, they're serving the district and they're bringing the voice of their school. So the chances of becoming known and the chances of actually influencing other school communities and the ability to show what they believe in, what they're committed to, and what they can serve and support becomes more readily obvious. So that's the only reason why I think that I'm recommending, not in any way to say that our students shouldn't be voting. I'm just recommending that we kind of get into this, build the structure, and, 6 months from now, let's revisit it and decide how we want to proceed, at this time next year with a little bit of an advance notice so that we have the time to prepare and do the work well. But that's, again, but to John's point, whatever you would like us to do, we're capable of doing. There's no issue with that. It's just more of a question on how to get to the best place with limited time, because it's already March when we want this in place for September.
I think what you just proposed seems wise in terms of starting it off on the right foot, and because you'd be creating a ramp for what you're trying to do. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I hate to start something and then, maybe not work because we don't have the foundation set. So yeah, no, yeah, what you just said makes sense.
If I may, one of the things we can do though in this first year is, and we can take this back, is even to expand the committee so that there are at least a representative from all 4 schools. So now we have 4 students and we're actually balanced, adults and students, and at least we're getting a bit more representative that way. It's just, again, I don't want the message to be to our students, whether they're listening now or they hear about it, that we don't believe in the democratic process from a staff perspective, because we do. It's just that trying to get it up and running effectively, even that addition to the slide could be a little bit more representative in terms of balancing voices.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree too.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want it to become a popularity contest. That's a little bit of my worry about what Trustee Mintz was saying. It's true, the larger high school, if they want their person, what happens with the representation from the other schools? There's all kinds of stuff we can get into. And that's not what this is about. And I think as we move forward, we'll make changes, and we're going to try to we want to give the students the voice and have them their own representative, but we have no foundation for that, because I think you're right about the Senate being kind of the training ground or the development ground for the future trustees. So let's start out on this foot and then see where we end up. We can always make changes.
So then may I have a motion to the recommendation to approve the student board member selection process?
I'm happy to make a motion to approve the student board member selection process.
I'll second.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Shelley, just a point of order question, whatever you meant with the changes that were discussed. Okay, thank you.
Great, looking forward to this whole process and to our new student board member and student senate coming up.
Thank you very much for your time. Very excited.
And thank you, John, if I may, for your leadership on this.
Okay, 10.6, consideration of board vote for the 2021 California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly election.
And trustee, is the annual selection of the delegate to the California State Assembly of the California School Boards Association delegate. So I can turn this over to you to facilitate that process.
Right, okay, so, okay, board member, so I think this year, right, for the sub-region 7-8, which is us, we have 3, we can vote, there are no number of 3 vacancies, so we can vote up to 3 candidates. And so open up kind of discussion. Any
Can I make a proposal or a motion? I would like to recommend that we vote for Richard Severie, Meredith Mead, and Demetrio Gonzalez Boy.
The other question I have with Demetrio is we already have someone else who's sitting on from Mount Diablo. I'm sorry. You're right.
I would be curious to just know why you recommend those three.
Meredith and Richard are both current delegates. They're very involved. They show up all the time. They don't miss meetings. The other three folks are new or almost new. Not that that includes them, but like I haven't seen them show up to anything yet. So I mostly feel strongly about Meredith and Richard because I think they're
Well, and I came up with actually the same three that Rachel's recommending, but my reason's a little bit different. I think that, as a Contra Costa, right, it's like the whole of Contra Costa County should be represented. And out of the current list of delegates, I think that us, right, Meredith at Lafayette and Richard at Moraga are actually, those two are more similar to our community than I think some of the other candidates. And because there are, I believe, a total of 8 candidates, that would be 3 that would represent like
a low LCFF.
yeah, exactly. Low LCFF community and things like that. And then I agree that Demetrio Gonzalez Hoy at West Contra Costa should be the 3rd candidate because we already have another candidate from John Sweat Unified. I think we have someone already at Liberty Union, which is located in Brentwood, and one of the candidates is Brentwood Unified. So I think Demetrio, there's like no one on the West Contra Costa side. So that was my reasons for those 3.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Me also, I concur. 2 of those are ones that that stood out to me too. I just was not quite sure on the 3rd one since I don't have a lot of experience with this.
So can I second Rachel's motion?
Public comment on this one? No.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Great, we're gonna move on. Before I do though, because I think now we're coming to the consent items that the former consent item that's pulled out to the regular, but we're at 10:55. So can I add another half hour to our meeting?
So moved.
I'll second.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, great. So now 10.7, consideration of approval of contract and purchases over $50,000.
There's no current public comment on this item.
I move approval of item 12.5.
Second.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, 10.8, consideration of adoption of resolution 51 slash 2021, approving routine budget revisions.
So there is a hand up. The hand did go up while we're taking the roll call vote. So I'm not sure if this was intended for the last item of this item, but I will proceed calling the person.
Okay.
Just to let you know. Calling user number 4. We're going to promote you so you can unmute your microphone and share your thoughts on this item.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I actually wasn't sure if you guys were calling the public. There was no announcement that the public could raise their hand, and then you guys moved to approve. So I would like to know what is this 50,000 approval is? Is that like the business office's way to sneak some sort of contract under $50,000 without reporting to the public or make it public? I feel that item is very suspicious. I would like to know what kind of circumstances will qualify for a purchase or contract order that is under $50,000.
We have Mr. Medici answer that.
Thank you, board. The board actually approves all spending from $1 of the school district. The $50,000 purchase order threshold is a combination of board policy and practice. This list is all purchase orders below the threshold, which are brought to the board in aggregate. Any amounts over 50,000 are brought to the board in the over 50,000 agenda item. And again, the board approves all purchases and checks completed by the school district from $1.
Clarify, item 12.4 lists all of the purchases in the time period that are 50,000 or less. And then item 12.5, which was the one that was pulled, lists the ones that were greater than 50,000 and get called out by name and get a little more attention.
There's no further public comments.
Okay. Yeah.
Sure. And do I need to call it 12.5 or should I call it 10.7? Okay, I move approval of the contracts and purchases over $50,000. Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, now 10.8. Again, consideration of adoption of resolution 51 slash approving routine budget revisions. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we have a public comment. Call in user number 4. We're going to promote you so you can unmute your microphone and share your video if you so desire. You have 3 minutes to speak on this item. You should have the ability to unmute the microphone this time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, so for some reason, I don't know why this is not the same as the regular item for public to speak. So I apologize that it seems like I don't know when to ask questions. The routine budget revision, is that related to what Mr. Medici had presented to us earlier? or is that something that is like site specific, or is that just administration specific for the district spending? For 12.7, I would like to know if the instructional calendar approval is decided by the union or the trustees or our district staff. Is there any parent or student input? Because it really affects our life. I feel oftentimes the calendar schedule is like everywhere and we just have to deal. I would like to know who makes those decisions. And I think you are about to approve preview of textbooks. How do you approve preview of textbooks if you have never previewed it? Have you already previewed? Why wasn't there a presentation?
Yeah, yeah, we're actually still on 10.8, which is 12.6 before, right, in our consent agenda, 12.6. So we have to take one item at a time.
Okay, good. But that wasn't the case though. You have already voted and then I couldn't speak.
No, we voted on 10.7, which is 12.5, about the contracts and purchases over $50,000. That was the only vote that we did.
Okay.
Realized that we had missed your public comment. We listened to your public comment, then we remade them and re-voted.
Got it. Thank you.
And consent, we can do them all together, but when the request has been made to pull them from consent, we have to do them one at a time.
Okay, good. So I just asked those questions. May I have answers for them?
You can have, Greg, if you can answer questions for 10.8, which is the resolution approving routine budget revision.
The routine budget revisions accompany almost all board agendas, and by definition, they are routine transactions, updates to revenue and expenses between interim reporting periods. So it just so happens that we have a second interim report on this board agenda as well, but there are routine board agenda, budget revisions that will continue throughout the year and the remainder of the board agendas.
And I think the question related to were those site expenses or district expenses, and really they're all the expenses.
Correct.
Can I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve, I think we're on 10.8.
8, yes.
I second. Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. So 10.9, now consideration of approval of the 2022-2023 instructional calendar.
Could we have Keith answer?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Keith, if you can answer the question that was posed by the caller earlier.
Well, when you've got a really short torso, you feel really low to the ground here. So just for point of reference, could you please, Trustee or President Ordway, repeat the questions that were posed by the caller? I did not hear it.
So the with regards to the instructional calendar, the caller was wondering who actually gets to make the decision on the calendar. Is it?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Correct.
So we've actually evolved in the past couple of years in the process that we negotiate the calendar. I think it's really important for employees in the community and the trustees to understand that the school calendar is a negotiable item. Okay, and the reason that it's a negotiable item is because days of work and terms and conditions of employment and we know that days of work are kind of a function of terms and conditions of employment, are specifically identified in the EERA, which is the Educational Employment Relations Act, as being within the scope of bargaining. So that's the reason why in this district and literally all districts that I have been a part of, this is a negotiable item. In San Ramon Valley, what we've evolved into doing over the past couple of years is having a committee of about a dozen people who have equal representation from SRVUSD, CSEA, and SEIU, as well as district management, who basically sit down and look at and consider a number of factors that need to be factored into and incorporated into the development of the calendar. Some of those are driven by federal and state statute, specifically how many instructional days you need to have in the calendar, where state and federal holidays are either observed or where they must fall, and if they fall on a weekend, whether they're observed on a Friday or a Monday. Contractual requirements, such as what we have negotiated in terms of what paid holidays our classified employees will receive and where those will fall, and when they are floatable. Okay, like for instance, admission day is a floatable holiday, where we place that in the calendar. And so there are basically just a number of factors, contractual factors, legal factors, and quite honestly, district kind of culture and history as it's evolved over time in terms of how we do things in the instructional calendar. But it is primarily a group that has equal representation of district management and bargaining units who develop the calendar. They go back to their constituency, share the drafts of the calendar, and once there's an agreement upon it, we bring it forward to the Board of Education for action and approval. Okay.
I move approval of the 22-23 instructional calendar.
Second. Aye.
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 Thank you.
Okay, let's see, item 10.10, preview of textbooks. We have public comment.
If you have any comments on this item, please raise your hand. We have one comment right now from Mike Arata. We're promoting you so you can unmute your microphone, share your video if you so desire. You have 3 minutes to speak on this item.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I wish to follow up on my email and attachment of yesterday, therein urging rejection of the proposed 7th grade text entitled Stamped Racism, Anti-Racism and You by Jason Reynolds. The attachment included a link to a searchable version of the book's text for your convenience and mine. The book's introduction by fellow racial activist Ibram X. Kendi misleads readers regarding statistical correlations involving race and crime, as shown in the FBI Uniform Crime Reports, which I included in my attachment, first 4 pages, I think. Author Reynolds himself repeatedly characterized the rest of his text as, quote, not a history book. Indeed, the book is in fact a collection of racialist propaganda, yet it's proposed for adoption as a 7th grade history text. Reynolds divides Americans into 3 classes: segregationists, assimilationists, and anti-racists. To Reynolds, assimilationists are essentially go-along, get-along types who, quote, think there's something wrong with Black people and that Black people as a group can be changed for the better. Among those guilty of assimilationism, Reynolds includes Frederick Douglass, Abraham Lincoln, Booker T. Washington, W.E.B. Du Bois, Martin Luther King, Clarence Thomas, and even Barack Obama. Reynolds' fashionable paragons of anti-racism are communist Angela Davis and the self-acclaimed Marxist co-founders of Black Lives Matter, who want to do away with the nuclear family and, quote, tight grip of heteronormative thinking. And the anti-racist music, which Reynolds chooses for, quote, driving change and empowerment, it's the output of individuals and groups like Slick Rick, Ice-T, and NWA. I provided links in my email attachment to compilations of their violent and obscene lyrics, which I doubt you want me to read into the record. I doubt also that you want to hear the title, which the abbreviation NWA represents. You board members should reject adoption of the Reynolds book. It's grossly misleading and tendentiously biased. Its targeting of 7th grade classrooms will cheat students and taxpayers, replacing knowledge and skills with falsehoods and racialist indoctrination. Your adoption, if that's the way you go, of this inappropriate text would represent yet another act of gross curricular irresponsibility on the part of the board.
Any more comments?
We have one more comment. Calling user number 4. We will promote you so you can unmute your microphone. You have 3 minutes to speak on this item.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I concur with the parent speaker that just spoke before me. I ask that you will please not consent to the particular text that he just mentioned. I myself am against anything that BLM approves, related, authored, or recommends, because they are an extreme leftist activist group. They are funded by millionaires, billionaires, and possibly foreign capital. They do not represent American taxpayers, and they have agenda that severely and seriously destroy our societal fabric, because they specifically attack our police officers. And though they are bad police officers, but the majority of the police officers are not the persona that the BLM activists are trying to portray. So as a parent and as a community member, I strongly oppose these type of textbooks that tear our social fabric apart. Thank you.
No other comments at this time for this item.
Okay. And I see perhaps Deb Kaddish, right? Can kind of give us actually, yeah, how maybe you can actually tell us or give some background about how this book came to.
Sure, absolutely. Good evening, trustees. So I would like to just highlight how a book really gets to the Board of Education and then comes before you for approval. So typically a staff member wants to use a text in order to augment the curriculum. And in this case, it's a middle school teacher who teaches a core class, right? That combination of English and history. So they complete paperwork, talk to their colleagues within the school and oftentimes across schools, brings it to their administrator for approval, and then sends the paperwork to us. And then we do some research, including looking at common sense media. And then we bring the book to the Board of Education for preview. And then after that meeting, that text stays in my office until the next board meeting. So that any community member can come check it out, read it, do what they need to do in order to kind of better understand what the text entails. And then at the next board meeting, it comes before all of you for approval. So again, this text is been adapted from a text called Stamped from the Beginning, and this is the young adult version. So if you look on Common Sense Media, it does say that it's appropriate for ages 12 plus. That's been, and it's gotten 4 out of 5 stars by Common Sense Media, by the parents, and then 5 out of 5 stars for the kids to review it. And so it does provide kind of a historical perspective, but it is not a history book, and it does not claim to be a history book. And I do want to point out, if this is okay with you, President Ordway, some of the 7th grade, just very quickly, there's really two key ELA Common Core standards that we believe would be used in conjunction with this text. And if it's okay, I will read those to you. So, and again, these are specifically for 7th, and then they spiral up to 8th, but trace and evaluate the argument and specific claims in a text, assessing whether the reasoning is sound and the evidence is relevant and sufficient to support the claims. Second one, analyze how two or more authors writing about the same topic shape their presentations of key information by emphasizing different evidence or advancing different interpretation of facts. So I really wanted to highlight those in part because that's really crucial to middle school ELA standards. So our teachers, and we of course have been teaching to these standards for years. So our teachers are not going to, potentially put this book in front of students and say, this is the absolute truth. And again, strewn throughout the book is this idea that this is not a history book, this is a perspective. And really looking at what's contained in that book, the claims they make, what evidence they use, and kind of contrasting that with other sources is a key part of that core class.
Okay. And this is not the only book that's being used in that,
No, absolutely not. That's a great
Not
point.
like
It is supplementary, yes.
I think initially we're actually on preview of textbooks 1010, which is a different topic.
Could we take them out of order though?
Yeah, I think so, because
If we do that.
well, it was actually this way though, in the board packet. Okay.
Just in terms of the adoption of textbooks, in this particular one, had the opportunity, I'm in the middle of reading this book right now to see for myself. I really appreciate Deb Pettish's explanation just now about how this book would be used, because I found it to be, yeah, you might consider it controversial, but no more so than the current CNN presentation about Lincoln that provides a wider view than what we may normally consider the historical perspective. And I think just from a critical thinking and conversational aspect of it, I think it'd be very valuable as part of our curriculum.
Yeah, actually, I'm reading it too. And for me, it's like, yeah, it's a, just like Deb was saying, it's a perspective. It's like, oh, it's taking a look at certain, not even the history, but certain events in our history from this viewpoint. And, and we have, learned, I think, the same incident, in history from another viewpoint. And it's just, again, from different perspective. And then it makes it interesting, I think, to kind of explore, right? Widen your perspective and say, why would they say that? Or why do they look at a certain thing a certain way? So.
And I would just add, particularly, given the discussion I think we still have before us tonight about racial equality and equity, I think this fits right into that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve adoption of textbooks in item 10.11.
Second.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so 10.10, preview of textbooks.
We have one hand raised currently. If anybody else wishes to comment, please raise your hand. I'll call in user number 4. We will promote you so you may speak to this item. You will have 3 minutes. You can unmute your microphone and share your video if you so desire.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I feel very despondent as a public that nothing we ever as a parent request the Board of Trustees to please consider ever gets through. It's always your agenda comes first before the public's preference or our interest. It's really sad and tragic. If this book from a BLM activist group is about perspective, then where is the perspective of the police officers? There isn't.
Now, point
Yeah,
of order,
well-
please. We're on-
Sorry?
we're on an agenda item discussing the book called Brave in the Woods. Just clarifying that we are on a different action item. The one you were referring to was already voted on. Now we're on a preview of a book called Brave in the Woods.
We will promote you, we'll promote you again so you can speak to this item. That's been clarified.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so then how do we know what this book that, thank you, Trustee Hurd, for letting me know what the book name is, because it's not even on the agenda. So it's really difficult for the public to know what you guys are previewing because there's no presentation from the staff. And if it wasn't because of me who pulled these items out, you would have voted it without even the public even participating or vetting or contributing any comments. So I really feel that oftentimes our district office is trying to sneak things under the carpet, and so then the public doesn't really know what's going on. Would you kindly please talk about what is this book about? Thank you.
So before we do that,
Yeah.
can we explain that all of the backup material for every item on our agenda tonight is all in
The board
a
packet.
pulled together packet that is available for anyone in the public to access and on our website. And it's posted Friday afternoon. So last week, the board members all view it in this electronic format. I mean, this is where it all is. And in this particular book, because it's a preview, as was explained a few minutes ago, you have until the next board meeting. You can come look at the book. You can review it, or you can review it online or whatever. That's why it's done like this, with a meeting ahead before we would be voting.
So go ahead and take your vote.
I'll make a motion to approve
Thank you.
the preview of the book for 10.10.
10.10.
I second. Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye. Aye. Okay, great. Moving on, where am I? Oh. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna have for, for us to extend for another half hour.
Can I ask a point of order question? Since we have a workshop scheduled on Thursday, would it be possible for us to move this final item to at the end of that meeting, or would there not be time? This is a really important item that is addressing a community concern that's been brought forward. I don't think discussing it at 11:30 at night is not, I'm not worried so much about us, but I'm worried about the people that brought the petition forward wanting to be able to hear what we have to discuss.
So through you, President Ordway, to Trustee Hurd, I did think about that just about 5 minutes ago. The only question I had is if there's anybody here who wanted to speak to it and whether they'd be available on another day or not. It might be helpful to see if anyone wanted to speak to it so you could hear their voice, and then potentially check the calendar to see if we could move the meeting, at least for the couple of this very important item. And then we also have some closed session items as well. needed to be revisited.
So can I make a motion that we do continue till midnight?
Sorry, second. Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, so for this, right, for 11.1, review of consideration timeline progress regarding racial equality response. Is there any public comment with regards to this item?
Yeah, yes, we have one hand raised at this time. Anybody else wishes to comment on 11.1? Please raise your hand so we can call on you. Mike Arado, we are going to promote you, so you may unmute yourself and share your video if you so desire. You have 3 minutes to speak to this item.
Yeah, it takes a minute for it to unmute, so here I am. The context presently under discussion includes a set of petition complaints about implementation of last June's denouncing racism resolution. In responding to those complaints, the board should not be dragooned into installing a form of reverse racism, which assumes that all Caucasians benefit from supposed white privilege and thereby exhibit supposed white supremacy. If racist epithets appear on restroom walls, then work to find, punish, and reform the offenders. If suspension data shows racial disproportions, then seek to discover the reasons, but don't assume that disparate disciplinary impact indicates differential treatment of identical offenses and therefore racial bias necessarily. That was the thrust of the first 4 pages of my textbook analysis transmitted yesterday, and the FBI violent crime reporting data I included there. A consideration of adversive childhood background, when those exist, is certainly called for in meting out disciplinary responses. And this is from the perspective of a former 20-year teacher and coach. But if carried on indiscriminately and indefinitely, those can become an example of the soft bigotry of low expectations. It's eventually and ultimately equality of response to identical circumstances that's needed, regardless of race, one way or the other. Meanwhile, be careful to avoid defining equity as demanding equal statistical outcomes, regardless of the behavioral predicates for those outcomes. Equal outcomes rather than equal opportunity has unfortunately become the politically correct meaning of equity these days. It's the institutionalizing of the Dodo's decree in Alice in Wonderland. All have won and all must have prizes. Culturally responsive disciplinary measures, whether addressing schoolyard fights or murder and mayhem, can become a crutch or even a sign of reverse racism, especially if driven by a determination merely to equalize the statistical findings of outcomes, no matter the factual bases for those findings. And I have some questions about the nature of the petition. Who composed it? Was it Alexander Aqua and the group called Wake Up Danville? Are signatures to the petition able to show at least the communities of those who signed, at least their residences? Are board members aware, I don't know, of mechanisms utilized to solicit petition signatures? Or was it only the Wake Up Danville Facebook page? Or was class time utilized perhaps to announce signature gathering for students? You may or may not have answers to those items, but I'm curious about those elements of this petition. Thank you.
Do we have?
There's no further comment on this item.
So do we have any? How did the petition came to us?
No, we don't, except those that wish to bring it forward and wish to sign it did. And we heard from some at the last meeting, but no, we have no other information.
Okay. And since this is actually a discussion item, right? And we're not gonna, there isn't really a action that we need to take. It's a really discussion information. Can we move this to Thursday?
In light of the discussion we had before, I think what might be necessary is this is a discussion item. We would need to also deal with other matters. So maybe we can take this back, and if that time frame works for people, that we might even need a little bit more at the end of it, we'll check with you tomorrow and organize it if that's your wish. Because again, if I may say so, this is a very important topic and it is a very late hour. And I would, from a staff perspective, appreciate having this discussion with you and understanding the direction you may another point wish to offer. If that is the case, I would appreciate that at a time when we are a little bit arrested.
Would there be a problem moving this item to our meeting on the 30th?
That's your decision. My only comment would be, again, it's not the board's fault that we're here at 11:30. It's no one's fault. It's the nature of the agenda, but the messaging that might be communicated. I just think you need to be aware of the fact that it came forward previously. It was stated that it would happen now. You have every right to move it to the March 30th meeting, but there may be a need to communicate why it was moved to that particular piece based upon the people who are requesting your attention to it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of time frame, to have it in the middle of the day, as just before or after the workshop. I think there's more likelihood that folks who are interested in this would be able to participate and pay attention to it during a regular board meeting, even though it's out another week.
And then with that, I would request that then if we could move it to the top of the board meeting instead of to the end of the board meeting, just so that it does show that this is something that we're prioritizing. I don't know with action versus discussion if that's possible, but
The thought would be to take Trustee Bratt's point. And again, forgive me because I'm still learning as well. Is there any problem putting a discussion item ahead of action items on the agenda? Because as you'll recall, we have a major action item on March 30th related to the fall and thinking through models and costs and such. So again, I need a little bit of help from an agenda point of view if you can adjust in that way. Any thoughts on that? Great. Okay, so that is another option to you, that we could move this item ahead of the action items at March 30th, or you can choose to place it closer to later afternoon at the at the end of our workshop if we adjust that time, or you could pick another time if that's your interest. So I guess there's three choices.
Because I'd like to point out, the workshop is 12 to 3, right? Right. And if we did it seemingly at 3, or it's, that would allow students to attend. I mean, it came from students.
Right. And I think it is important to address it as soon as we can. The discussion, and because they have asked before, and then looking at the March 30th, we do have a big topic that we're looking at. So I would suggest maybe after the workshop.
yeah, and then perhaps to request that the district communicates that. So whether it's through social media or whatever channels, but just so that our stakeholders are aware that we're going to be moving this agenda item over to Thursday and when that's going to be happening, whether it's at 3 or.
So if I may, I'd like to propose that we maybe shorten the workshop, if we can still do that, by 30 minutes. Place the closed item that we really take about 30 minutes for, and then post the time for the discussion related to this very important item, if that's what you wish. That would be kind of a proposal based upon what I'm hearing.
So you're suggesting carving out half hour for the closed item out of the current workshop, and then this new item we'd be moving, this continued item we'd be moving, would start at 3 or thereabouts. I think we should look at when the students are out of class.
Right, so it would still be that the discussion is pushed to when students are out of class, and we'll just adjust the time. So if this is the direction you want us to move in, we'll figure it out and do all the proper posting and let you know. Yes?
During the discussion, there was one hand that raised for public comment, if you wish to entertain that comment.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to draw your awareness to that. So we will go ahead and promote call-in user number 4 for comment on this, on item 11.1. You should be able to unmute your microphone, and you have 3 minutes to share your comment on this item.
Okay, I don't want to waste the board's time. Can you please just verify that I understand what topic we're on right now?
It is on 11.1, and it's a discussion item for review of considerations, timeline, and progress regarding racial equality response.
Okay, thank you so much for your clarification. I really think that the racial issue is a very politically charged topic, and I strongly recommend that during the workshop that we incorporate views of different stakeholders in different race groups. So far, every single time, it's about a certain racial group. And I feel the other races, racial groups are just made to be volunteered audience. And some of them are actually so busy working, not everyone has the time. Somebody has to pay taxes. So not everybody really has the time to participate in politically charged issues. And so then we're all made to have to accept those who are more vocal and who are more, violent or more daring to do things like looting or burning to get attention. So please keep that in mind and encourage different race groups to speak up and to not just take one race's perspective as the perspective of everyone. Thank you.
Just to clarify, the workshop is actually not on this item. Yeah, it's on our strategic process of planning. But okay, so we are going to, so your recommendation is we move both the closed item, both closed session and 11.1 to after our workshop, our strategic planning workshop number 2 on Thursday.
So I just have one comment. This petition was brought to me initially from an alumni at San Ramon Valley High School, whose family I know. And that was done early on after I was elected. So I think it's important that we move forward with it as soon as we can, rather than putting it off to March 30th. They have been very cooperative and patient in waiting for us to address some of these issues. And I really feel strongly that we need to do that. So whatever we need to do to make that happen sooner rather than later, I agree. Tonight is not the night because it's too late and we're too tired and this is too important to not give it our full attention.
At this point, it's gonna be Thursday.
I do have a hard stop at 4 on Thursday. I have a work meeting at 4. Just
Figure it out.
Okay, great. Then administrative matters, board reports.
I had some things, but given the hour, I will.
Yeah.
I do want to say one thing really quick. Sorry, just that Susanna or Trustee Ordway and I, President Ordway and I, met with Assemblywoman Rebecca Bauer Cahan, and we gave her an update, and we asked her for clarity on the 4 to 6 feet. Where I as a trustee don't feel like it's my job to ask them to change the rules. I'm asking them to look at their data and decide on the rules through that science. But at the same time, I think that it is important. And one thing that we did was to add or more clarity in the rules. And because for us, obviously, the difference between 6 feet and 4 feet is a really big difference in terms of how fall looks. So I just wanted to make that statement that we did meet with her and we got some more clarity and information and really press the point that the state needs to give clear guidance because it is up for interpretation.
Okay, Superintendent?
I think I will pass at this hour. Thank you.
Great, then we will adjourn.